And now, direct from Encino, America's favorite Mochi and president of the Tranceivershipping fan club, Mochi the Mochi. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho 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 ho. Oh, hi! I'm Mochi the Mochi, president of the Tranceivershipping fan club! Something got me. Anyway. Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, everyone. Because as we all know, it's the beginning of April, so it is Christmas. And there ain't nothing better on the internet than a Mochi Storytime Christmas. It sure is a magical time of year. Why, I'll bet all SpongeBob is gearing up for Santa Claus right now. And I'm sure our pal Patrick is doing his share of the decorating. Okay, so I have to admit I didn't actually think this part through all that much. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, I didn't actually think that. I actually didn't think this through all that much. No, it's not a sound alert. I wanted to do something goofy for this one because it's a Christmas fanfic, and I was like, you know what? But anyway. Oh, wait, everyone hear that?
Oh, you stink!
I can't believe you've done this.
Thank you, RQ. Thank you, RQ. But hey, did you hear that? 3 bells! Well, we all know what 3 bells means!
You know what that means? Fish!
No, you silly livers. No! It's time for fan mail! Alright, now, this letter comes to us from Name and Address Withheld. And he writes, Dear Mochi, I am 10 years old, and I was wondering if you liked transceiver shipping as much as I do. Sincerely yours, Name and Address Withheld. A very good question. But you know, they didn't always celebrate transceiver shipping on the internet. No siree. In fact, there was a time when no one had even heard of transceiver shipping on the internet. Hey, who wants to hear the story of the very first transceiver shipping fic that I've ever read? Me. Okay, let's just say that. Yeah. You. Yeah, me. Yeah. All right, well, on with the cartoon then. Okay, I need to find the right group here. You think I would have this whole song and dance memorized by now, having done this before, but apparently not. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah. Here we go. Yes, that's right. That's right, my friends. Today, we shall be reading Yancy's Christmas Carol by SilentN. For those who don't know, this is a Tranceivershipping fanfic, and that is specifically That is a Pokemon pairing between the characters Nate and Yancy from Black and White 2. So, from the games! Yeah, it's unusual because normally I would be reading advanced shipping fics here. And while more of that is coming down the pipeline, I've had a pretty good kick with Tranceivershipping with this story, and my gosh, it is so darn cute and needs to be celebrated more and, you know, have more people who like it. You know what I mean? Okay, well, anyway. Okay, hold on. I want to message someone. I think you might get a kick out of this too, possibly. Okay, maybe this will incentivize. Maybe this will. Okay, yeah, maybe this will incentivize him to come. Anyway, but yeah, Tranceivershipping. It is a Pokemon pairing from Black and White 2 between the characters Nate and Yancy, and it is so darn cute. It's really cute. It's really cute. It's really cute. I like it a lot. I adore it. Actually, it's really honking cute. And for those of you who want to read the fic for yourself, you can actually do so here. And I will pin that. I will pin that at the top. Yeah, this SilentN is an author on fanfic.net. They generally write pretty humorous things. Or at least their humor is pretty on point. So this is a cute and goofy story at the same time. So it's kind of, you know, a little bit of a departure from the action and drama that you usually see here. So yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. So here we go. Yancy's Christmas Carol by SilentN. Chapter 1, Christmas Shopping. And boy, who doesn't love Christmas shopping, am I right? I don't actually like Christmas shopping, but hey, there's some of that here. And, so, you know, it's happening. Okay, Chapter 1, Christmas Shopping. Thank you, come again, said the voice of the store's cashier as she handed the customer his receipt. As the man gathered his shopping bags into his arms and went on his way, the next customer in line, a pink-haired adolescent whose face was hidden beneath her winter scarf, stepped up to the registry and was politely greeted. Hello there, find everything you were looking for all right? Yes, I did, thank you, replied the teenage lass as she placed her items on the checkout desk to be registered. Although her smile could not be seen through the scarf covering her face, her voice carried all the holiday cheer to make itself known. The woman running the checkout responded with a smile as she got to work scanning and bagging the items she was handed. Is there anything here you'd like gift wrapped? She asked as she continued to ring up the purchase. Yes, please, the pink-haired girl responded, pointing out the heated shoulder massaging device among the items she was buying. This one. It's a Christmas gift for my dad. Oh, what a thoughtful daughter you are, complimented the cashier as she set the item aside for wrapping and handed the girl a tag and a pen. Here, you can fill out the tag as I get this wrapped. The scarf lass did just that, writing the following in the to and from lines print on the tag. To Dad, from Yancy. As she looked it over, however, she couldn't help but find it somewhat insufficient. Sure, all she was doing is signing 2 simple lines on what was only a generic tag, but that's just it. It was only generic. Thinking about all the unconditional love and care her father gave her, even through times when she wasn't always as obedient of a daughter she could have and should have been, she felt that the man who raised her did not deserve such a generic message. He deserved a personal one. Especially on this particular Christmas, when she might not have even gotten the chance to present it to him in person. With that in mind, she crossed off the generic word "from" that came pre-printed on the tag, and wrote in with her own hand the word "love" in its place. Satisfied, she then handed the tag back to the cashier, who was now ready to attach it to the newly wrapped gift. The woman scanned Yancy's debit card and printed up her receipt. "Thank you, come again," she said as she handed the teen her things. "Thanks, you too!" The pink-haired lass replied merrily as she took her shopping bags and proceeded out the door. It was not until after exiting the store that it occurred to her what she had just said. "Oh, wait," she thought to herself while cringing, and would have facepalmed too if her hands weren't full. "Oh well, it's not like I haven't said dumber things than that in my life." Having found a suitable gift for her father, Yancy could now cross another name off her Christmas shopping list as she stepped back out into the mall. The gifts for her siblings had already been picked out quite a while ago, as children tended to be so much easier to buy for than grown-ups. But she was still undecided yet on what to get for that one special person. She did have a few more stops left to make today, though, so she decided to do a little bit of window shopping along the way with the hopes that an idea might come to her as she browsed the other store selections. And hey, hi, Aiden. Hi, Aiden. So it seems you received my message. Man. Aiden. Oh, Aiden, though, I wish you were here for the goofy thing I did at the beginning. The very goofy thing I did at the beginning. Oh, man. I guess you're gonna have to see the VOD for that one, but yeah, how are you doing, Aiden? Glad you can stop by for Mochi Storytime once again. You've actually been here since it went live. You just had a phone call? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Did you at least think that was funny? I tried my best. I tried my best with like maybe 10 minutes of preparation for that. But hey, okay, but still, at least you witnessed it. You know what? I'm happy with that. That's enough for me. That is enough for me. That is enough for me. You didn't hear it, you have to check the VOD. Oh, okay, no worries, no worries, no worries. Okay, no worries. I will make sure you have the opportunity. I'll see to it that I put this up on YouTube very soon. But anyway, I'm glad that you can make it, Aiden. Yeah. Oh. You get to see the Switch 2 Direct again because you know who's reacting. You know who is reacting to it? Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Oh. Yeah, I post some like Storytime VODs on YouTube. There's actually a link in the channel, or I mean, there's a channel on my Discord server that shows them, but I guess I could post a link to that when I get the chance. I guess when I'm not reading. I don't know. But yeah, it exists. It exists. You're gonna die. No, don't die. I need you to live so you can see this cuteness too. But also hilarity, because this is a goofy story, and I love it. This is cute and also funny at the same time. It is pure delight. Though it is also unfinished though, so you know, fair warning ahead of time. But I feel like it ends on a funny enough note that like I wouldn't. It doesn't really matter if it ends there. You know what I mean? And you know, I can always like finish it off at a later date. You know, like if the author decides to finish it. But anyway, here we go. Here we go. You know what more cuteness that brings you depression? Well, what about funnies? Does funnies cure depression? Because there's plenty of funnies here. There is plenty of funnies. Also, this author wrote a Splatoon fic, which I might also read as well, because that is also just funny stuff. Anyway. Back to the cartoon. The surrounding mall was decorated festively for the upcoming holidays, with colored lights displayed on every storefront. Christmas trees erect in each plaza, carols being played on the mall stereo, children lining up to sit up on the laps of paid actors dressed as Santa Claus, inflatable snowmen and reindeer placed outside every other shop, and even the occasional nativity scene sidelined into the corner amidst all the commercialism. Indeed, the Christmas decor was on full display today everywhere you turned. Just as it had been every day since pretty much the very next day after Halloween, but now that it was actually the middle of December, one could truly take in the festive sights without feeling the need to facepalm at all the industry's over-eagerness to commercialize early. Holiday sale signs were displayed in the windows of every store Yancy passed, despite the obvious fact that said store's prices had actually gone up over the month instead of down, with the expensive items claiming to have previously cost 30,000 Poké Dollars, now being sold for only 25,000 Poké Dollars, even though they would have actually only cost 20,000 at any other time of year, accompanied by whatever sort of merchandise was being sold there, but nothing among the displayed items seemed to catch the interest of the pink-haired teen, still searching for the ideal gift for her special someone. Not that the special someone of hers was hard to please. He would likely be happy with anything she were to give him, or even no gift at all for that matter, but because he was such a special person to her, she wanted to be able to present him with only a special gift. It had to be something spectacular enough to show how much she valued and appreciated him, but at the same time, something not too extravagant that she might have come across as being obsessive or trying too hard to impress. Finding a gift that struck the right balance between extraordinary and humble was proving to be no easy task for the young teen. But this was not the only dilemma on her mind today related to the holiday rush, as a certain advertisement poster that seemed to show up everywhere she went kept reminding her. Nancy's Christmas Carol! Univa's most famous pop singer performing live this Christmas Eve! On the front of said poster was a teenage girl, allegedly named Nancy, with long pink hair that spiraled out to the side and turned light blue towards the tip. She was garbed in a red and white dress, reminiscent of the attire of Santa Claus, to fit with the holiday theme, with hearts and snowflakes surrounding her and mistletoe decorating the smile upon her face. Decorating smile upon her face. No one else who were to look at the poster could tell the girl's smile was phony, but Yancy knew with absolute certainty that it was so. She knew better than anyone that everything about this Nancy girl was phony. Her long and colorful hair, her apparent confidence in front of a camera, her never-ending cheeriness, her love for the spotlight, even her name. In truth, this famous Nancy was nothing more than an idealized persona for a certain awkward teen to hide behind when performing on stage. And that certain awkward teen was none other than Yancy herself. Sorry, I have to change tabs. It's been a while since I've done this, so I need to build up my muscle memory again. Apparently. Here we go. I really wish I had more time to work on my performance before the concert, the girl thought to herself with a sigh, as she looked begrudgingly at the poster of her alter ego on the wall. I just hope I can pull it off. She generally did enjoy her job, but if there was any concert throughout her career that she truly resented having to do, this was it. The decision to hold a live concert on Christmas Eve came on such short notice without any prior discussion. Yancy just received a sudden call from her manager telling her that the date had been set and she had barely 2 weeks to prepare for it. To make matters worse, her family had already made plans to celebrate the holidays with her relatives from a distant region and had already booked their airline tickets ahead of time for the 23rd of December so they could arrive at their destination a day in advance. But with the sudden news that she would now be working on Christmas Eve when it was too late for them to reschedule their flight, they had all been left with a huge dilemma that they were still struggling desperately to sort out in time for the holidays. By the look of things, she may not even been able to spend Christmas with her family at all that year if no solution could have been figured out soon enough. Pushing such stressful thoughts from her mind, Yancy reminded herself to just stay focused on her Christmas shopping for the moment and worry about the upcoming concert and the dilemmas it presented later. She still had a few gifts in mind left to pick up yet, after all, as well as the special one that she had yet to even decide upon. Tightening the scarf covering her face to ensure it didn't slip in public and reveal her recognizable face to any paparazzi that might be lurking nearby, which was, in fact, the exact reason why she was wearing a scarf in an indoor mall in the first place. The girl continued on her way through the grand building, peering through the windows of various shops as she passed them in search of gift ideas. Until she stopped in her tracks upon overhearing the nearby banter exchanged between two familiar voices. Dude, she's all you ever talk about these days! Don't even try to deny it! So what if she does happen to come in conversation a lot? That doesn't make me obsessed with her! Yeah? Well, I'd say you've been absolutely obsessing over what to get her, suggests otherwise. Hey, I just think she deserves the best, okay? Yancy's heart skipped a beat as she caught sight of the two boys bickering in the square. Although their backs were presently turned to her as they were busy looking over the display in a store window and unaware yet of her presence, she immediately recognized them both by the sound of their voices. The familiar jackets they wore and their trademark haircuts could easily be pointed out in a crowd from a mile away. One being blue and spiky like a quillfish, the other a bushy brown afro that would likely make her grandfather's deceased uncle who used to be a barber roll in his grave. Although Yancy personally found it cute on him. There was no mistaking it. The first boy was undoubtedly Hugh, whom she did not know particularly well, but was introduced to a while back and could easily recognize anywhere. The second boy, however, was none other than that special someone whom she was currently seeking a worthy gift for. Nate. She first met him over a year ago when she had lost her cross-transceiver somewhere in Mombasa City's amusement park. She tried calling its number using an older model and was relieved to find that it had been picked up by a kind stranger who agreed to hold on to it for her until she was able to come collect it. Surprised to learn that he was a boy her age and finding him pleasant to talk to, she asked afterwards if they could remain in contact and continue to call each other from time to time, which she happily agreed to. As the two continued to get to know each other better and grow closer, he proved to be a very helpful, supportive, and overall genuine friend. And Yancy soon found herself falling in love with the boy. She had yet to make her exact affection for him known, however, since her protective father had already made it clear that he didn't want her actively pursuing boys yet at her young age. Though he was not closed-minded, and he had agreed that he would have no objections if a respectful young man were to express romantic interest in her, in an entirely appropriate way, of course, and should she choose to reciprocate, but only on the grounds that the boy was someone well-behaved and trustworthy, a description that Yancy full-heartedly believed Nate embodied better than anyone. Intrigued and rather anxious by the conversation she was currently overhearing from the boys, the pink-haired lass cautiously stepped closer to them, taking care not to reveal herself just yet as she listened closely to their banter from behind a nearby Christmas tree. Her heart was beating with mixed feelings of hope and dread as she anticipated whom this girl might be that they were talking about just now. The girl whom Nate was, according to Hugh, allegedly obsessed with. "Please be me, please be me, please be me," were the words she found herself frantically repeating in her mind as she tuned in with bated breath, knowing that her heart was either about to be fully overjoyed in this moment or shattered completely. "The best what, exactly?" he retorted to Nate with a smirk. "The best gift or the best boyfriend?" "Oh, shut up," said Nate, throwing an annoyed punch to his friend's shoulder. "I already told you I'm not trying to be your boyfriend." "But we both know you want to be," snickered Hugh as he threw a teasing punch of his own right back. "Hey, aren't I usually the jokester with you being the ever-so-serious one telling me to quit clowning around?" Nate retorted as he gave Hugh a playful shove. "Yes, it seems our roles have been reversed for the moment, haven't they?" said Hugh as he trapped Nate in a headlock. "And since you never seem to listen when I tell you to sober up, I guess I don't have to listen when you tell me to either." "Well, just so you know," huffed Nate in an imitation of Hugh's voice as he struggled to free himself, "you're about to feel my rage!" "That's my line?" scoffed Hugh, tightening his grip. "Like you said," Nate wheezed from within Hugh's clutches, "our rules have been reversed. I need to breathe." As amusing as this playful banter between the two boys was to eavesdrop upon, Yancy was going crazy trying to figure out who this girl was that they were just talking about. "Come on already!" she screamed internally, trembling madly in anticipation of her hiding place behind the Christmas tree. "Can't one of you just mention the name of this girl before I go insane? I can't take the suspense much longer!" Why does this conversation sound like me? It sounds like all of us at some point or another. It was definitely me a couple years ago. I'm sorry, Aiden. Listen. If it's any consolation, the story is unfinished. So the truly depressing bits won't happen. Until, like, the author decides to finish the story, which they have not done yet. And I messaged them again saying, "Hey, I'm about to read the story on stream. If that gives you incentive to finish it, please do." Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And yes, that is exactly what I said verbatim, word for word, and not totally paraphrased. As she stood there looking on, however, a passerby took notice of her presence. Seeing the girl in her current condition, standing wide-eyed, pale-faced, sweating like a waterfall, not uttering a sound, shaking violently in place, and seemingly holding onto the nearby Christmas tree for support, the man naturally feared there was something medically wrong with her. "Miss, are you alright?" asked the concerned gentleman. "You look like you're having a seizure. Do you need me to call a—" "Shh!" The pink-haired teen hurriedly interrupted, with a long shush before he could finish his sentence, lest he unwittingly cause any commotion that would give away her position. Unfortunately, that panicked shush of hers had ended up being a lot more audible than she intended, and succeeded to catch the attention of the very two boys who would have otherwise been too preoccupied in their little scuffle to notice the scenario behind them. Oops. Mochi, I'm dying already, and she just started. Aiden, hang in there. You got this, man. I'm giving you all my strength, man. I'm giving you all my strength. You can't, you're melting. Turn on the heat. Just turn on the heat. You'll be fine. Grab some ice, eat some ice cream, drink some ice cold water. Okay, I'm making myself thirsty. I need to get something to drink. But yeah, just do all that. You'll be fine. I'll be right back. I need to get that stuff. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Ugh. Okay. Have my hydration. Oh. Ugh. Whew. Ah, okay. I feel better. Oh. Had to hydrate before I dehydrated. Okay. All right. You just made a SpongeBob joke because it was fighting for what happened, but you regret everything because of the reaction you got. Was it a really, really cute reaction out of her? Oh! I hope you clipped it. I want to see it. Oh, fitting. What joke was it, if I may ask? What joke? What joke? Oh, actually, while you're no, you didn't forget. You forgot. Gosh dang it! Ah! One job. One job. One job. One job you had. All right. Okay. So that was chapter 1. Now, on to chapter 2. An embarrassing secret exposed. Wait. Oh yeah, hold on. Mario Kart World Train announced there's 24 racers. She was like, 24? You know what's funnier than 24? 35! Oh, thank you, Aiden. God, I love that. I love that a lot. That's really funny. Ah, bro, you're getting in there. You're getting in there, though. I'm proud of you. And then you died. But went to heaven, right? At least you went to heaven. And at least you're not so dead that you can't type on Twitch. At least you have an internet connection in heaven. That's always good. All right. Okay. Chapter 2, an embarrassing secret exposed. An awkward stare-down took place. On one end was a girl with hair so pink and cheeks rapidly turning even pinker, peering out from behind a Christmas tree like a skittish deer frozen in the headlights. And on the other was a bushy-haired boy still stuck in a headlock by another boy and staring back at her with an astonished twitch in his eye. They stood like that for a while, both staring motionlessly and the other in an awkward daze, unsure how the other was about to react to such an untimely moment of encounter. A tumbleweed carried in the breeze rolled by for dramatic effect during this long moment of awkward silence between the teens, without either one of them even thinking yet to move a muscle. Just what exactly a wild tumbleweed was doing in an indoor shopping mall in the middle of December, the world may never know. That was not out of character, by the way. That was actually in the story. Hugh was the only one remaining composed. After nonchalantly glancing back and forward between Nate and Yancy several times, waiting to no avail for one or the other to finally break out of their awkward stare and give an actual response of any sort to one another's presence, he released his bushy-haired friend from his headlock with an eye roll and a sigh. Letting the dazed goofball fall to the ground with a thud. That seemed to snap him out of it. Nate immediately sprang back to his feet and greeted the girl with sheepish bluster. Yancy! He said with a nervous smile, unsure how much of the embarrassing conversation she must have overheard just now. At the same time, Yancy hastily jumped out from her hiding place behind the Christmas tree and greeted them likewise. Hey, if it isn't Nate! She said sheepishly with a nervous smile of her own to hide her own embarrassment, hoping to heaven that the boys would have somehow missed the obvious fact that she had been eavesdropping on them. I didn't see you there. Nate chuckled with embarrassment, trying to laugh off the awkward situation. I didn't either, lied a flustered Yancy. Didn't see you, that is. The tree was kind of in the way. Yeah, they really ought to learn to place those things somewhere more out of the way of people instead of just leaving them in the corner like that, up against the wall. Oh, tell me about it. I totally just walked into it. By complete accident, of course. Hugh, meanwhile, just stood by silently in the background and shook his head as the two continued their awkward exchange. If there was a prize for self-embarrassment to be awarded here today, those dorks would have undoubtedly won it by now. So, fancy meeting you here, Nate said to Yancy, finally bringing the first ounce of normality to the atmosphere. Are you here doing some Christmas shopping too? Yeah, that's right, she answered, equally eager to get the conversation moving to a more normal subject before she had to answer any questions about her previous eavesdropping. Oh, and thanks to your advice, I was finally able to find a good gift for my dad. I got him a heated massager for his back, for the backache he's been having. Nice! I'm sure he'll love that, Nate said, smiling. I'm glad to hear my suggestions were helpful to you. Very much so, thanks a ton. Yancy beamed back at Nate for a moment. But then it occurred to her how she hadn't even acknowledged his companion's presence as of yet. Oh, right. Where are my manners? It's good to see you again too, Hugh. Hey, replied the latter with a nod. He and Yancy only vaguely knew each other, as they had only ever met a few times before. But they had both heard a fair deal about the other from Nate that they could consider themselves decently acquainted. Turning her attention back towards Nate again, Yancy just had to learn something about what the boys were talking about a moment ago. Specifically, whom this girl was that he was teasing Nate about allegedly being obsessed with. She couldn't just ask outright, lest she expose herself for having been eavesdropping on them, though she was pretty sure they were both already aware of it anyway. But she could try working into the conversation by asking less conspicuous questions about the boys' business. So, I'm guessing you guys are here shopping for Christmas gifts as well? Was there anyone that you're still trying to find something special for? The demeanor of both boys took a noticeable change at these words, with Hugh getting a slight smirk on his face as Nate became suddenly shy about making eye contact. Well, began the latter, obviously a little worried about where this conversation might lead. We were just, browsing the stores, looking for ideas and stuff. He's been obsessing all day about what to get for one person in particular, said Hugh smugly, earning a quick glare from his companion. Aware that she was indeed onto something, Yancy chose her next words carefully so that she could learn more without overtly prying. Well, if you do need any suggestions, then perhaps I could be of some help? To return the favor, she said. She shyly proposed, avoiding eye contact as she continued. Especially if maybe the person you're trying to find something for might be, by some chance, a girl? Nate's face quickly grew red as a tomato at the sound of that last word. Hugh, on the other hand, looked as though he were trying to hold back a burst of laughter. Yeah, it's for a girl, all right, he smirked, said the latter with a smirk, watching the former's flustered reaction with amusement through the corner of his eye. A very special one, you might say. Yancy's suspicions seemed to be confirmed so far. She could feel herself growing more nervous by the second, anticipating whether this girl was herself or another. I see, she said, still unable to look anyone in the eye, but keeping a subtle watch on Nate's reactions as she attempted to inquire more details in a seemingly nonchalant manner. So is she family or something? Like your mother, cousin, or aunt? Or maybe a colleague? Perhaps even... The young teen had to look away and hold herself steady to hide her nervous trembling as she forced herself to finish that sentence. A lover? Nate's face instantly went from red to redder. He wasn't normally one to get embarrassed easily, yet now he was outright petrified. Oh, what? No, she's just... He incoherently stammered, unable to even form a sentence. More like someone he wishes would be his lover, snorted a thoroughly amused Hugh, throwing an arm around his companion's shoulder teasingly. Try as he might to deny it, this goof has a crush so obvious you'd have to be blinder than a Zubat to not see it. I told you, it's not a crush! The bushy-haired boy hastily tried to object as he shoved his spiky-haired friend away, but the latter only ignored him and continued. She comes up in just about every conversation. He's constantly checking his cross transceivers to see what she's up to. He even uses her photo as the backdrop's wallpaper. Nate tackled Hugh to try to shut him up. Don't listen to him! He pleaded desperately to Yancy as he struggled to keep his friend's big mouth shut while also making some hasty adjustments to his own cross transceiver settings. Changing the wallpaper, to be specific, at the same time. He's just trying to embarrass me! The pink-haired lass held a hand over her mouth to keep from laughing at the silly scenario playing out before her, but made no comment, or an attempt to intervene since she really wanted to hear more. Being the physically stronger of the two boys, Hugh was unfazed and easily pinned Nate to the ground. I'm sure you've probably heard of her, he smugly continued as if nothing happened. She's someone pretty easily recognizable, having blue eyes, pink hair, a name that rhymes with fancy. Yancy couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her eyes widened, her heart beating faster, and her cheeks flashed many shades of red. Yes, yes, yes! She screamed internally, overjoyed to know that she was indeed the one whom they were talking about after all. Nate, too, reacted with similar visible symptoms to what she just said. His eyes widened, his heart beat faster, and his cheeks flashed many shades of red. Albeit all for completely different reasons than Yancy's. No, no, no! He screamed internally, horrified to hear what his mischievous pal had the nerve to just reveal against his wishes. While the other two were internally screaming over this revelation he just shared, he remained cool and collected as he continued to speak. As a matter of fact, spiky-haired teen paused for dramatic effect and slowly began walking a few strides ahead with his back to the others. She just so happens to be right here! There he said it. Just as Yancy was about to squeal in delight and reveal to Nate that he had no need to be embarrassed and that she felt the same way about him, Hugh shocked her yet again by turning quickly and landing his finger upon a certain poster hanging on the wall nearby as he proclaimed his friend's apparent crush unambiguously. The one and only Yancy, Univa's most famous pop singer! Wait, what? A deafening silence filled the atmosphere. The uncontrollable smile on Yancy's blushing face dropped like 1,000 flies, and the color of her cheeks went from pink to pale. She looked back to Nate again to find him lowering his visor to avoid eye contact with a "just do me a favor and kill me now" look of humiliation on his reddening face, no longer even attempting to deny the embarrassing accusations his friend was charging him with. Yancy had never before told him about her secondary life as the famous celebrity Nancy, so for him to have a crush on her alternate persona instead of her real self was a great disappointment to hear. A great disappointment to her. "Oh," was what the pink-haired girl finally managed to say at last, trying to hide her dismay. Celebrity crush, is it?" "Well, I wouldn't go so far as to call it a crush," said a deflated Nate, looking away and still unable to raise his eyes. "Yeah, that's right," Hugh said, smirking as he leaned coolly against the wall. "I'd say it's more like an obsession. He said so himself that seeing her smile means the world to him after all."
You've done this.
I can't believe he did it either, Yubi. I can't believe it. You just need a wingman like Hugh, man. I know, Hugh is a bro. But yeah, more of a subtle one, for sure. Because yeah, he's, I feel like he's doing it less to be a wingman and more like just to be a trickster, kind of. just to have fun, but you know what? Hey, it's making cute things happen regardless. And yes, I'm doing well, Yubi. And I'm hugging you back. I'm giving you a hug back, Yubi. And I'm doing well. Just reading this cute and yet hilarious story written by SilentN on fanfic.net. I hope you're doing well as well, Yubi. Yeah, he's absolutely doing it to be a troll, but at least it's an effect. True. Exactly. But of course, it is still pretty risky, though. Because, you know, if she didn't feel the same way, he would be blowing a secret that he wouldn't want to have been revealed anyway. So yeah, definitely very risky. Very risky indeed. But it just works in this case, because he definitely knows that he knows. But anyway. Yeah, that's right, smirked Hugh as he leaned coolly against the wall. I'd say it's more like an obsession. He said so himself that seeing her smile means the world to him after all. Dude, shut up now, Nate groaned. Although it wasn't at all uncommon for Yancy to hear that someone was head over heels and infatuated with her celebrity persona, nor to receive extravagant gifts from adoring fans wanting to make an impression. But to have it coming from Nate of all people was more than a little disheartening to her. As far as she was concerned, Nancy was a completely different person from her true self. Merely someone whom she pretended to be in order to boost her confidence before her fans when performing, while simultaneously shielding her true, vulnerable self from the public eye, thus keeping her personal life separate from her career life. Sure, she could appreciate the admiration and support that she got from her many fans as Nancy, but she always knew that their love for her was only shallow, and that the person they knew and adored was, in truth, nothing more than a superficial persona who wasn't really her. That was largely part of what always made Nate so special to her. He knew and appreciated her exclusively as Yancy without associating her with that phony persona of hers. She could truly be herself around him and know that he enjoyed her company for who she really was, just as she enjoyed his for who he was. For this reason, she had always put off the day she would have had to eventually reveal her second life to him, fearing that it could forever change the way he saw her. He did always seem genuine to her, though, which gave her high hope that her celebrity status would make no difference to him if and when he would eventually find out about it. But now that she was hearing about how he felt about her alter ego, that hope came crashing down hard. It seems she may have over-idealized him after all. Deciding it best to continue keeping her alternate identity a secret for the time being, Yancy did her best to conceal the downheartedness she was currently feeling and get that uncomfortable conversation over with, both for her own sake and for the sake of sparing Nate further humiliation from Hugh. "So, if you're looking to buy this Nancy a gift, I guessing that means you must have plans to go see her live in the upcoming concert this Christmas Eve? Yeah, Nate. So what were you planning to do this year? Hugh inquired with amusement. Try and give your gift as an adoring fan from a live audience, or send it off by mail? Maybe, just maybe, you might get super lucky at that concert and find an opportunity to present your gift to the girl of your dreams personally? Nate stood with his back to them both, too embarrassed yet to turn around and show his face again to either of them. He was deeply reluctant to speak, but eventually responded to their question as he couldn't stand to be rude before Yancy. I doubt I'll even be able to get a ticket to that concert at this rate anyway. Oh, that's a shame, teased Hugh once more, since we all know just how much seeing that pink-haired beauty means to you. Shut up. Well... Yancy spoke up shyly, deeming it appropriate to gently voice some of her honest thoughts. I'm not going to tell you what to do or what not to do, but if you want my honest opinion, I think it's best not to concern yourself with buying gifts for celebrities. I mean, I'm sure she'd appreciate the kind gesture and everything, but if I were Nancy... which I'm obviously not, of course, but if hypothetically I was... I know I'd feel a little awkward about my fans wasting their hard-earned money on expensive gifts for me when I'm already living as a literal celebrity and they have their own needs to take care of. As much as I'd appreciate their support, I'd still much rather they invest in themselves more in the people around them, who are actually part of their personal lives, than in someone whom they just only ever seen on TV. You know? Yeah, I'm sure you're right, Nate agreed without denial. Yeah, shopping for someone who doesn't even know I exist is a pretty stupid idea when you stop to think about it. She probably already gets so bombarded with gifts from fans every day that anything I were to send her would most likely just get thrown out with the rest of the extra clutter anyhow. His calm reaction gave Yancy a surprising sense of relief. She didn't necessarily expect him to be so easily accepting of this reality after how committed he must have been to his fanciful goal for who knows how long. But it certainly pleased her to see how open he was to reason. Perhaps a part of him had already understood from the start how silly it was to devote oneself to a celebrity crush and was actually feeling relieved to have someone talk to him out of that fantasy he had been clinging to. I hear she tends to donate most of the unneeded stuff that she gets to charity, she responded to him with her smile. But anyway, if you really want to, I'm sure there's no harm in sending her a nice fan letter to express your admiration. I would love to hear about how much enjoyment I've been able to bring you through what I do. If I was Nancy, I mean. There's an idea, I guess, said Nate, still too overcome with embarrassment yet to look anyone in the eye, but slowly regaining his composure. Thanks. I think I know what I'm going to do now. Glad I could be of help, said Yancy as she picked up her shopping bags to leave. Anyway, I should probably get going now. I've got a pretty busy schedule this week, but it was nice to see you. Yeah, you too, Nate said, faintly smiling to her. Sorry you had to see our little squabble just now. Hugh, meanwhile, was far too amused with this encounter to just let it end so soon. Hey, I just noticed something, he said to Yancy with a smirk as he leaned smugly against the wall beside the poster of Nancy. Has anyone ever told you that you look just like Nancy? Oh, and your names even happen to rhyme too! Gosh, what an amazing coincidence! You'd almost think... Yancy pretended not to hear and immediately took off, sprinting down the hall. Bye, Nate, be sure to call me on the cross receiver later when you get the chance! The instant she was out of sight, Nate immediately grabbed Hugh by the collar of his jacket. Any last words, traitor? Said the fuming teen as his spiky-haired friend only burst out laughing. Game over, no respawn. Exactly. You don't say those sorts of things unless you're really certain about twice shyness going on, which is, you know, I feel like that's the only time when that would be acceptable. But yeah, so yeah, Hugh, milking all the embarrassment for what it was worth. Man, nuts. This story is just so funny. It's such a delight to read aloud and experiencing again. It's just so funny. Like, I'm smiling almost the whole way through. It's crazy. Okay. Anyway. Chapter 3. Gift exchange. Wait a minute. Did I? Oh. Okay. I opened the wrong tab. Okay, well. Oh, boy. Okay, Chapter 3. Gift exchange. A slight snowfall sprinkled lightly over the settlements of Aspertia City as Yancy approached her destination. A humble but well-maintained house near a small, partially frozen body of water around the southeastern corner of the peaceful city. A mighty Embor was napping comfortably outside on the lawn, unbothered by the winter's chill due to the self-generated heat from his flaming beard, as a few other familiar Pokemon sat gathered around to bask lazily in his fire's warmth. The pink-haired girl paused at the property line, staring at the door in deep thought as she clutched a little box in her hand with the words, "To Nate, from Yancy," printed on the tag. She didn't cross out from to replace it with love in this case, even though she would have liked to, since she wasn't entirely confident that it would be socially acceptable with non-family. Well, here it is, she mentally said to herself as she gazed at the small house ahead. Nate's house. I'm still a little nervous yet. It was just a few days ago that she had learned of his feelings for her celebrity persona Nancy during that encounter at the mall, which left her feeling a little awkward about facing him again. Although they briefly talked a few times on the Xtransceiver since then, but this was their first time meeting again in person following that incident, making Yancy worried that the awkward atmosphere before would possibly still be lingering between them yet when she saw him. More specifically, she feared she may never be able to look him the same way anymore now that she knew the disappointing truth about where his affections lie. Although a part of her was relieved and even flattered to know that the girl he was so deeply infatuated with was in fact none other than herself under another guise and not someone who would actually steal him away from her. But at the same time, the fact that the boy she had been on the verge of falling in love with shared a close connection with her real self, and yet still pined instead of her alter ego, whom he had only ever seen on a screen, and it was honestly quite the blow to both her heart and self-esteem alike. As if the one person aside from her family that she had felt could really be herself around also unwittingly believed in his heart that she wasn't good enough as just Yancy, and that only the superficial Nancy was truly worthy of affection. It was enough to make her somewhat resent her alter ego, almost as if Nancy was an unbeatable rival who insisted on stealing every little thing away from her and leaving the real Yancy as a forgotten shadow meant to be forever overlooked. As much as it pained her to have to come to terms with, she found that a part of her was even beginning to question deep down whether the connection she thought she had with Nate was truly as genuine as she always believed it to be. Not that she was doubting Nate personally, of course. It was more of her own sense of judgment that she was second-guessing. After all, she never would have taken him to be the type to obsess over celebrities. Yet, so he was. Which just went to prove to her that her personal judgment was unreliable. Was it truly her personality as Yancy that made him enjoy her company as she had always presumed? Or could it be that it was merely her apparent resemblance to his crush Nancy that had been drawing him to her this whole time? Although she did still hold out hope that it was the former, she was beginning to realize that she couldn't just rule out the latter as a possibility, which made her wonder whether or not he ever would have taken the time to bond with her in the first place had she been anyone else and looked less attractive. The girl took a deep breath to calm herself. She couldn't allow such disheartening thoughts to consume her, even if it would turn out to be true that she had been idealizing Nate this whole time. But the connection she thought she had with him wasn't as truly deep and unique as she assumed it to be. He was always still treated her, the real her, with utmost respect and kindness, and it would remain a dear friend to her either way. That much she knew she could count on, so there was no point wasting any more time pondering. Especially since standing out in the cold was making her feel quite chilly. Pocketing her small gift, she approached the front door of Nate's house and pushed the button on the doorbell to make her arrival known. To her surprise, however, a small security camera that must have been recently installed above the door had activated in response, and turned to view her. New face detected, declared a robotic-sounding voice over the speaker. Analyzing now. Yancy instinctively jolted with a surprised squeak, but quickly shook off the initial startle and found the new device fascinating. Ah! Oh, wow, that's new. The camera angled itself up and down to analyze the unregistered guest. Analyzing. Wow. Gorgeous cutie alert. Hubba hubba, said the robotic voice with a sudden burst of apparent excitement. No, the last was really taken by surprise. What? Was all she could say in response. What's up, doll? Come around here often? I sure hope so, blurted the talking camera. Care to tell me your name so I can register you in my database, sweetheart? My name is Yancy? She replied awkwardly, trying to wrap her head around the fact that she was getting hit on by a machine. Yancy? Oh yes, Master Nate spoke of your upcoming arrival, but utterly failed to mention your exquisite beauty, fair lady. What a happy day for my visual sensors. Ooh la la. So, is Nate here? That skinny dweeb. He can wait, toots. Surely a smoking beauty like yourself has time for better things than hanging around some derpy loser like him. For example, maybe getting acquainted with a hunky, state-of-the-art smart cam, which, by the way, happens to be single. Wink wink. By this point, Yancy was getting over the awkward bewilderment and just trying to not burst out laughing at the ridiculous situation, wondering just what kind of weirdo even programmed this crazy AI. I'll pass, she said, suppressing a laugh. If you could just let Nate know I'm here, please. Seriously? What is that dork have that I don't? Fine. I will give his cross-transceiver a ping. Tisk, stupid flesh and bones, get all the luck. Almost you forgot. Did you see we're getting Bradley to fall on the switch too? Yes, I did! Yes, I did! Pog! Poggers! Why is this robot more smooth than you? Bro, this robot isn't being smooth. This isn't smoothness. This is being over the top. Also, perfect robot voice. Wait, really? I didn't think my robot voice is that good. Oh, yes, it does look good, too. I wonder if they're going to have microtransactions in it again, like they did with the original. Because, you know, with Bravely Second having, like, a cooldown timer. Still doing better than you? I don't know about that. He's making her... it's making her feel awkward. It's more about voices speak. Well, thank you, Aiden. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Here we go. About 10 seconds later, Nate was at the door. Yancy! Good to see you! He greeted her warmly. Immediately upon seeing him, all the nervousness and trepidation Yancy had felt earlier seemed to vanish right away, causing her to feel rather silly for having ever expected an awkward atmosphere. The familiar and genuine smile on his face instantly reminded her why she always felt comfortable to be herself around him, and she found herself unable to keep herself from smiling back even if she wanted to. It's good to see you too, Nate! Thanks for coming, said the boy as he led her indoors by the hand and proceeded to take her coat like a gentleman to place on the nearby hanger, along with her hat and bag. It's been a while since we last hung out at my home like this. Well, thank you for having me, she replied as she removed her hat boots to dry. My job's been keeping me constantly busy lately. It's good to finally take a little break. Hey, how'd you like some hot chocolate? He offered. I'm sure you could use something to warm up after having just gotten out of the cold. Ooh, that sounds lovely! Thank you! Then I'll get some brewing right away. Make yourself at home. Yancy took a seat on the couch as Nate got to work in the nearby kitchen. So, I see you got a talking smart cam installed above your door since last time I was here, she said to him as her eyes wandered around the room, admiring the cozy atmosphere brought about by the current Christmas decor. Quite the amusing little gadget, isn't it? Yeah, my grandparents had gotten it for their own place a few months back, but recently sent it to me and my mom as an early Christmas present instead, explained Nate as he placed 2 cups in the microwave and started heating them. Personally, I think they just couldn't figure out how to install it and decided to pass it off onto us just to be rid of it. But hey, I'm not complaining. Sounds like a grandparent-y thing to do, all right. Yancy laughed heartily. So I'm guessing it must have customizable personality settings that determine how it interacts with people? Nate shrugged. I'm still figuring it out yet. It's connected to an app that I've installed on my Xtransceiver, so I've just been kind of playing around with it and see what it can do. Well, I can say its current mannerisms are certainly interesting. A little awkward to interact with. Yeah, a little. I know what you mean. It does feel weird to have to talk to a lifeless piece of machinery that's incapable of expressing any sort of emotion or personality, but you get used to the robotic interactions after a while. Yancy gave him a puzzled glance. Clearly, the description he just gave of the AI's manner of interaction was nothing like what she had just experienced. Right, she said suspiciously as she observed his perfectly casual expression, trying to decipher whether he really was oblivious to the flirtatious, elitist behavior that his smart cam had expressed, or he was just pulling her leg. He had always been such an exceptional actor, and so it could have been hard to tell with him, but she also knew him to be a playful prankster, so the latter seemed to be the far more likely case. Knowing his goofy sense of humor, she was pretty sure he would probably suck with current personality settings himself, which she humored him with for an unconvinced smirk. Ding! Hot chocolate's ready! Said Nate, as the microwave finished heating. After removing the cups and adding mini marshmallows to them, he brought one to Yancy and placed a serving tray of other holiday treats down on the table in front of the couch where she was seated. Here, help yourself to any snacks that strike your fancy while it cools. You've got plenty to spare. Why, thank you, Yancy said, smiling, as she took her cup in one hand and helped herself to a Christmas cookie shaped like a winter sauce bucket with the other. Did your mom make these herself? Nah, she's a terrible cook, Nate casually answered with such blunt honesty that Yancy nearly choked on her cookie trying to stifle a laugh. My grandma always makes tons of this stuff whenever any holiday comes around and gives it to us by the truckload. So all this is yet another early grandparent gift we got alongside the security camera this year. I see, said Yancy as she struggled to swallow while suppressing her giggles. Hey, and speaking of early gifts, Nate said as he picked up a wrapped box from under the tree before turning to face her with a smile. Merry early Christmas, Yancy! I guess now is as good a time as any to give you this, since I probably won't see you on Christmas Day. Yancy nearly jumped up in surprise. Although she had planned to get him a gift herself, she was not expecting anything in return, much less before she even had the chance to tell him that she had something for him as well. Oh, you didn't have to give me anything, she said, the flustered lass with a slight blush tinting her cheeks. Oh, I didn't? Kidded Nate with a look of mock surprise. All right then, if you say so. I think I still have the receipt around here, so I should be able to get my money back. You know I didn't mean it like that, silly, laughed Yancy at his humor as she set down her cup and wiped her hands from the cookie. Actually, it just so happens I brought something for you too, so I suppose I'm in no place to object even if I wanted to. Now it was Nate's turn to be humbled with surprise, as he wasn't expecting to receive anything either. What? For me? Really? Yeah, I have it right... A look of concern briefly began to fall upon Yancy's face as she felt herself up and down, but couldn't find the gift in any of her pockets. Though realization quickly dawned on her. Oh, right. It's in my coat pocket. Just a sec. Just springing up from her seat and making a quick dash back to the coat hanger, she swiftly returned with the small box she arrived with. Sorry about that. Here it is. Nate chuckled. You know you didn't have to do that, right? Neither did you, but you still did, she said, smiling back as they exchanged their gifts. Fair point, said Nate, as they sat down together on the couch. He then motioned for her to open her present. Anyway, ladies first! Thank you! Yancy's fingers trembled with all the excitement of a child as she looked over the present in her hands, anticipating what it could be before opening. It was a medium-sized box measuring a little over 1 square foot wide, between 3 and 4 inches tall. It made little sound when shaken, and it was very lightweight. A sweater or dress, maybe? Small but touching detail she noticed was the way he signed the tag, which didn't even fully fit on the printed lines. To Yancy, my treasured friend. From Nate, with love and gratitude. Seeing such simple yet meaningful words of unashamed affection addressed to her on such an otherwise standard tag brought an unexpected but fully welcome warmth to her heart and slight tears to her eyes. The girl found herself staring at the tag much longer than she intended, which raised an eyebrow from Nate, who had never suspected that his simple gesture could mean so much to her. I think tearing at the paper's folding would be the best place to begin, suggested the puzzled boy, unsure why she was taking so long to simply start unwrapping. Oh, right, said a flustered Yancy as she snapped out of her thoughts. Tearing away at the paper, what she fished out from the box was a folded vest made of waterproof fabric with two small buttons near the front zipper that seemed to have LEDs beside them. Oh? Is this an electrically heated vest? Nate finished for her with a big grin. It has a chargeable battery pack that's supposed to last for several hours, which I had fully charged for you ahead of time so that you can use it right away. Try it out! Yancy had to admit that Nate was full of creative surprises. Of all the possible things he could have gotten for her, something like this would have never even crossed her mind. But now that she had been presented with it, she was quite thrilled to receive such a useful thing. Although she was kinda hoping for something of a more sentimental value, but practical gifts like this were always welcome too. Oh wow! I definitely wasn't expecting anything like this, but I like it! She said as she proceeded to try it over her shirt. How does it operate? Here, I'll show you. Nate suddenly sat closer to help fasten the zipper comfortably around her torso, causing her to blush a little. He proceeded to demonstrate how the two buttons could control the level of heat in both the front and back, and how the LEDs showed which level it was currently set to, etc., which was, of course, a simple enough concept for anyone to easily figure out on their own, but Yancy found herself too distracted by his close proximity to pay full attention to his explanation, and instead found herself growing lost in his kind eyes and calming voice. Her heart especially began to flutter, and her face flushed red when, out of nowhere, he suddenly placed one hand around her waist and the other on the back of her neck, almost as if he was about to lean in and kiss her. Whoa, that's happening all of a sudden? She thought to herself with a conflicting combination of both excitement and panic within the split second of his arms being wrapped around her. Isn't this moving too fast? And then you should start feeling the heat from down here and all the way up to the back of your neck, Nate continued to explain, oblivious to the thoughts running through the girl's mind as he was demonstrating the vest heating points. Is it warmed up yet? Yeah, it's warmed up just fine. The vest has, stuttered a thoroughly embarrassed Yancy, feeling a bizarre mix of relief and disappointment as her mind was snapped back into reality. Though now that she was paying attention again, she soon noticed just how pleasantly warm and comfortable the said vest really was. Oh, this is nice. I love it. Glad to hear it, Nate said, beaming happily. Though I think we should probably turn it down a level. You're getting really red already. Oh, right. Too awkward to have to admit the real reason her face was reddening, the flustered girl fidgeted with the vest buttons to lower the heat as proposed. So how do you always come up with such great gift ideas anyway? Well, I did struggle to think of what to get you for a while, the boy admitted. But the idea hit me after Hugh and I ran into you while shopping a few days back. I noticed how much you were shivering back there despite wearing a coat and being indoors, so I figured you must be sensitive to the cold and wanted to get you something that will keep you warm. Puzzled, Yancy raised a brow. Oh, I was shivering? Then it occurred to her how terribly nervous she was when asking about the girl he was apparently infatuated with. And then it clicked in her mind how that must have appeared from an observer's point of view. Oh, I was shivering! Yeah! Anyway, it's funny you should say that, because I just so happened to come up with your gift after running into you that day, too! Go ahead and open it! Alrighty, don't mind if I do! Nate scooted back to his original spot on the couch, which slightly disappointed Yancy, who immediately missed having him sit so close to her, to pick up the little box from her that he left on that side. It was small enough to fit in one's palm and decorated with a little bow the size of the lid. Truthfully, Yancy now felt ashamed of the generic to/from signature on its tag after having read the personalized message that he had written on the identical tag of his present to her. But it was too late to fix it now. Not that Nate seemed bothered in the slightest. The contents of the little box turned out to be none other than a glamorous ticket with the printed words, Nancy's Christmas Carol, being the central focus. A ticket? Yes, to that Christmas concert of Nancy's that you said you couldn't get one for, Yancy proudly announced. Although she still desired that Nate would get over his crush on her celebrity persona and fall in love with her true self instead, she deemed there shouldn't be any harm in indulging him with a pastor concert in the meantime. Perhaps if she continued to be a supportive friend to him, treating him with such a memorable occasion as this, his appreciation for her as Yancy may possibly grow to surpass his infatuation with her alter ego. And then maybe, just maybe... forget it. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. Nate suddenly grew bashful at the mentioning of Nancy. Oh, right. I guess I did mention something like that, didn't I? He said with a nervous chuckle as he awkwardly diverted his gaze from all eye contact. It was still quite the unusual sight for Yancy to see the normally easygoing boy get so embarrassed like this. She couldn't help but giggle at his reddening face. So I guess the tickets hadn't completely sold out yet after all, huh? Said the flustered boy. Pretty close, actually, the girl said with a satisfied grin. It usually is almost impossible to get a hold of one this close to the day of the concert, but... well, let's say my job has its benefits. Wait a second here, said Nate as he took a closer inspection. This is a VIP pass! I hope it didn't cost you a fortune. Nah, don't worry about it. Someone from my work just happens to be associated with the concert staff, so I was able to land a good deal, she reassured with a wink. Her answer was not a lie, as she technically did count as someone from her work and was indeed associated with the concert staff by that reasoning. Nate stared at her in silence for a moment with an unreadable expression before finally breaking into a tender smile. Yancy, thanks, he said at last with almost sincerity in his voice. You really put a lot of thought and effort into this, didn't you? Hey, so did you, she answered as she patted at the heated vest she was wearing, which was admittedly quite comfortable and toasty. Nate silently nodded and continued to smile that same adoring smile toward her before finally scooting in closer once more. Come here, you, he said as he suddenly pulled her into a tender embrace. Her heart fluttering rapidly in her chest, the girl unhesitatingly returned the embrace, warmly allowing herself to melt into his arms and rest her head on his shoulder with eyes dreamily shut. Early Christmas, Nate, she whispered to him. Merry Christmas, he gently whispered back as he patted her on the back before it was time to part from the embrace. So, I guess that hot chocolate's probably cool enough to drink now, don't you think? Yeah, I suppose it is, said Yancy, still blushing from the embrace. The two picked up their cups and clinked them together in cheers. Yancy's eyes remained fixed dreamily on Nate as he took his first gulp of his chocolatey drink before she did the same. As the warm beverage passed through her lips, it was at that moment that the girl realized. That was the worst tasting hot chocolate she ever had. Yuck! What kind of hot chocolate is this? It almost tastes more like chocolate milk that someone just put in the microwave and then threw a few marshmallows into it. Nate must have noticed the look on her face as she took her first drink. Oh, did you burn yourself? Are you okay? He asked with concern. It's okay. I'm fine. The girl gagged with a forced smile. It was then that she glanced back into the kitchen and noticed the freshly emptied carton of chocolate milk left sitting next to the microwave, which explained a lot. I'm gonna have to introduce him to real hot chocolate one of these days, she thought to herself as she looked back down to her drink with disgust. Ugh, warm milk. She opted to have another cookie instead. The two young teens continued to have a pleasant visit for the rest of the afternoon. After nearly 3 hours of chatting, laughing together, playing with their Pokemon outside in the snow, and having a few rounds of Mario Kart back indoors, it was eventually time for Yancy to return home. It was great to see you again today, she said to Nate as he walked with her to the door. This visit was just the break I needed to take my mind off things. Now I have the energy to give it all my job again. I hope we can hang out again soon, Nate said, smiling as he courteously held out her coat for her as she slid her arms through the sleeves. Visits from you are always welcome, you know. Fully garbed to leave, Yancy activated the heat on her new vest as she prepared to step back out into the cold and then stood by the door, staring longingly back at Nate. Well, I guess this is goodbye for now, she said somewhat somberly, already feeling herself beginning to miss him. Yeah, said Nate, feeling the same. Thanks again for the present, she said, smiling to him, trying to lighten the mood. I really love it. Likewise, he said, smiling back. After a prolonged pause, the two wordlessly bid each other farewell with one last embrace. See you later, then, sighed Yancy as they parted. Take care, Nate replied as he held open the door for her. They maintained eye contact as she stepped outside and exchanged a smile and a wave as he slowly closed the door behind her. Once she was outside, the house immediately felt empty to the bushy-haired boy. However, that didn't matter, as he still had one last thing he wanted to do before she left the doorstep. Quickly activating his cross-transceiver with a mischievous smirk on his face, he opened the app for the front door security camera and used its manual controls to angle said camera, which in truth did not even operate on any sort of AI whatsoever, to face the pink-haired girl on the other side of the door before speaking into the intercom using his best robotic-sounding voice. Well, you sure took your sweet time in there with that dweeb, didn't you, Toots? Finally! I had enough of his dull company and decided to come to your senses and spend some quality time with yours truly instead. Took you long enough. Yancy jolted in momentary surprise as she looked back to the talking camera above the door behind her, which, from her end, appeared to be moving and speaking on its own accord, but soon rolled her eyes in amusement at the silly device. Oh, right. I almost forgot about you, she said to the smart can, still unaware that it was really just a mischievous Nate speaking through it this whole time. And no, I honestly had a great time with Nate today. I just need to get home now before it starts to get dark. Holding back his laughter like a pro, Nate stayed well in character as he continued to playfully troll his friend over the camera's intercom. Oh, really? Well, if you actually think that Bozo can somehow show you a great time, you should swing by one of these days when he isn't around and I will show you what you are really missing out on. Trust me, you'll never want to hang out with that boring loser again once you have seen what I am made of, babe. I think I'm good, thanks. She waved the device off dismissively and continued on her way. Oh, come on, Toots. At least give me a chance. You know you want me, baby. You know it. I gotta go. Okay, if you want to be shown a real good time, I'll be right here waiting for you. Since I am kind of stuck to the wall here, please, I am desperate. I have the most boring existence in the whole world. Send help. Meanwhile, Nate's Enbor, stationed outside, snorted in annoyance at his master's noisy joke that was beginning to disturb his nap. These humans are getting weirder every day. Isn't Nate a stinker? Oh, man. I've been waiting for weeks to use this song, or to use this Undertale music for Mochi Storytime. Holy bejeez! Ah! Ah! Man, Undertale music works so well for that, for those moments. Beautiful. She likes James Bond, Mochi. You fallen more now. Oh my gosh, wait. Is she a GoldenEye person? I unfortunately never really played a lot of, well, really any GoldenEye growing up, but I don't know, maybe she has. That could be something you bond over. Bond over. I'll be here all week, folks. Yeah, not the darn robot again. Yeah, the darn robot again. Gosh. Man, the story's just so much fun. I love it so much. It's just such a good time. Such a good time. You know about GoldenEye, but she said she played played on... said she played James Bond on her GameCube, so you're assuming that's the same game she played on your PS2 back in the day. True, actually. I guess that makes sense, because, you know... the GameCube and PS2 did tend to have, like, ports of each other, as we also saw with SpongeBob games, too. Alright, anyway. Chapter 4. He's just a friend. Also, hi, Stormblight. Hello. Still raging at the, Still raging at the Switch price. I'm sorry, my guy. Yeah, I guess it does kind of feel like we're going back to N64 days. Because that was around the price that games were back in the N64 days. It was a lot. Sorry. I'm hungry, so I'm snacking. But hey, Stormlight, maybe some soul healing with some transceiver shipping will heal your soul. Did I not eat again today? Actually, no, Aiden, I did eat today. I had a cup of ramen. I had some yogurt. I had some cereal. Now I'm eating some chisps. Your soul is fine. Your soul is fine. Press X to doubt. Anyway. Okay, soul healing time. You put the hammer away then? All right. Yeah. Don't worry, Ian, I got you. And I even took my Adderall today too, so even though my hunger was suppressed, I still ate today. So I'm pretty proud of myself. So yeah. Okay, anyway, chapter 4. He's just a friend. The day of Christmas Eve had arrived, and the stage was set for the highly anticipated Yancy's Christmas Carol event to go live in just a little over another hour. The star of the show, meanwhile, was locked away within the privacy of her dressing room as she awaited the arrival of her stylist to assist her in getting her to look ready for the big performance. No doubt using this time to squeeze in some extra practice to ensure her dance routine would be absolutely flawless when she would go live soon. Or at least that's what the employees outside her door had assumed. In actuality, she was far too busy at the moment to bother with any more rehearsals. Busy chatting with a certain bushy-haired boy over the cross transceiver, as usual. A set of earbuds equipped to the device allowed her to listen to his voice without distraction, as well as prevented any noisy outsiders from eavesdropping in on their conversation. Having found himself with plenty of time yet before he would later have to depart for the concert he would soon be attending thanks to that ticket she had recently given him, Nate didn't hesitate to give Yancy a call upon seeing that her cross transceiver was online, which the latter was more than happy to answer while in wait for her stylist's arrival to prepare for the aforementioned concert, which the boy still didn't realize that she was in fact the actual star of. And so the two teens quickly became wrapped up in conversation to pass the time and virtual company of one another. Far from being stage ready at the moment, Yancy was seated comfortably upon the couch, garbed in casual attire, which included, of course, the new heated vest she had received from the boy not 2 weeks prior, as she had quickly grown so fond of its constant warm embrace that she had taken to wearing it almost all day and every day, even while indoors. Beside her on the couch sat a Jigglypuff, which she had also received from Nate several months back in a trade, having given him a Ralts that she had caught during a business trip to Hoenn in return. Curiously observing the interactions of the two humans, the little balloon Pokemon looked to and fro between its current trainer, seated with it on the couch, and its original captor, whose face was currently visible on the screen of the former's restored device. Just how exactly Yancy ever got him into that flat little thing in the first place, the perplexed Jigglypuff could never comprehend, but presumed that it must work in a similar way to those weird ball contraptions resembling miniature faceless Voltorb that humans use to keep Pokemon like itself in. Which is yet another thing about human behavior that the pink puffball couldn't help but find odd. Humans are such weird creatures.
The conversation between the human teens was simple and mundane, but Yancy nonetheless sat perfectly content as she listened with an adoring smile to the boy on her screen, who was currently telling her of his family schedule for the ongoing holiday. So anyway, my mom will be filling in at her old job at the Pokemon Center tomorrow, so that her friend who still works there can have the day off to spend Christmas with their family. So we won't be celebrating Christmas ourselves until late in the evening when she gets home from work. Oh, that sure is nice for your mom to voluntarily give up her own holiday so that her old co-worker can have one with their family, said the pink-haired girl. It's easy to see where your own selfish nature comes from. Hehe. Blushing slightly at her tease, Nate cleared his throat with a chuckle and continued. Anyway, my friend Rosa, in the meantime, is hosting a big Christmas party at Joint Avenue that'll last for most of the day, and had invited me to come, but I don't know. I told her I'd consider the offer, but I just don't really care to go so far out of my way to spend Christmas amongst a big crowd of people I don't know, so I'm still undecided yet on whether I'll go or not. Not much of a crowd person, are you? Noted Yancy. Not much, the boyfriend with a shrug. I mean, it kinda all depends on who's there, I guess. I don't mind the crowd too much when I'm with a close friend or two and can stick with them for the whole time. But when I'm alone in a sea of strangers or only distant acquaintances, where everything is just one brief and shallow conversation with a passerby whom you have no real connection with after another, it quickly gets tiresome, and I just want to slip away and do my own thing instead. So it's not exactly my ideal way of spending a holiday. I know what you mean! I tend to be the same way, the girl related with a smile. When I'm in good company, I have no problem with big gatherings, but when things consist of just a bunch of impersonal mingling with random people, it wears me out pretty fast. My job tends to require of me for so much of the time, though, and by the end of the day, I usually just want to be left alone to recharge. Yay, introverts! Introverts unite! She paused briefly and glanced shyly to the side, a slight tint of pink filling her cheeks as her smile widened before she continued in a softer, somewhat dreamy tone. Calls from you are certainly always welcome, of course. The little Jigglypuff seated beside her, meanwhile, with its comprehension of human speech too limited to grasp much of the conversation, was finding itself growing increasingly bored of the conversing humans, and began a search around the room for something more interesting to occupy itself with. Hopping onto the nearby table, where a pair of porcelain Delcatty figurines were placed, the curious balloon Pokemon began to inspect one with the wonder if whether or not such an object would perhaps bounce if knocked to the floor. Naturally, there was only one way to find out. Crash! I don't have a sound effect for it, sorry. I failed. Disappointingly, said object did not bounce upon hitting the floor. It merely shattered into 1,000 broken pieces instead. Huh, who'd have guessed? Jigglypuff stared down at the expensive mess of shattered porcelain on the ground beneath it and sighed, thoroughly unimpressed with the utterly anticlimactic outcome of this scientific experiment. How boring! Fortunately, that Delcatty figurine was only one of a pair. Another one just like it still sat on the other end of the same table. Maybe that one would bounce! Due to her earbuds blocking out the noise, Yancy remained oblivious to the ongoing destruction caused by her Pokemon right nearby as she and Nate continued their conversation without notice. So anyhow, what are your Christmas plans? Said the latter to the former. Weren't you and your family going to be away visiting relatives for the holidays? Yeah, that was the plan anyway, the girl answered with a sigh. Unfortunately, my manager had other ideas and told me on rather short notice that I have to work today. We didn't have time to reschedule our flight, though, and I didn't want everyone else to have to miss out on my concert, so after a while of everybody fretting over how we were to work things out and finding no solution, I just told my family to go on to the gathering without me. Nate's smile faded at her answer. Do you mean to tell me you're spending Christmas home alone, then? Oh, it's not so bad, the girl reassured with a cheerful tone that was obviously forced. I've got a video call scheduled with my family tomorrow afternoon, so I can at least participate virtually at the gathering and see everyone that way. And then we'll have our own belated Christmas celebration together on the 27th when they get back. So I'm kind of lucky this year since I get to enjoy 2 Christmases instead of 1. Some slightly unconventional Christmases, sure, but hey, it's better than none, right? Although she made her best effort to appear to feel indifferent about her circumstances, she was, in truth, quite troubled in her heart about having to spend Christmas alone. It had been weighing heavily on her mind ever since the day her manager suddenly dropped the news on her that she would be performing on Christmas Eve, even though she and her family had already made plans. But she didn't wish for her petty troubles to become a cause of concern for anyone else, and so she made a point of hiding her stress and keeping a smile on her face and laughter in her voice. But Nate clearly wasn't fooled. He knew and cherished the sight of her smile and the sound of her laugh better than anyone, so he could always tell when it was sincere and when it was being forced. And right now, it was most definitely being forced. You know, he began to say to her, you can always... Knock. The conversation was abruptly halted by an aggressive pounding at the door, prompting Yancy to hastily remove one of her earbuds in order to clearly hear the world around her. "What's taking you so long in there, girl?" came the muffled voice of an older woman from the other side of the door. Yancy's stylist had arrived and sounded fairly peeved from having apparently gone unheard from some time now. "You're gonna let me in, or ain't you? I ain't getting paid to stand here knocking all day." Sorry, be right there." Yancy called back to the door before turning to face the cross-transceiver on her wrist again to bid Nate farewell. "I'm really sorry, but it looks like I have to go now. My coworker's calling me and she's getting pretty impatient." "Understood," Nate answered with a nod. "How about I call you later after you get off work?" "Yeah, I'd like that," Yancy said, smiling as she rose from her seat in haste. "Talk to you soon, Nate. Goodbye." No sooner than the two had ended the call did the loud knock repeat with impatience. "Coming, I'm coming," Yancy called out as she hurried to answer. A somewhat agitated woman in her mid-30s and wearing an excessive amount of makeup shoved her way in through the door as the incident was open. "Sheesh! What's with the hold-up today, girl?" she cried dramatically in her Castilian accent while holding her case of supplies to the side and pointing at her watch. "You kept me waiting out there in the cold dark hallway for like a full 50 seconds at least. You know I can't be kept waiting like this all the time. I'm a busy woman. I got some busy woman things to do. Don't you know what it's like being a busy woman? It's busy business, I tell you. That's what it's like." Yancy's Jigglypuff topped its way over to the new arrival and gazed up at the luggage that hung over the woman's arm. What could be in there? The little Pokemon hoped the case may contain some sort of tasty treats, if not some sort of interesting thingamajig that it could swipe once the humans weren't looking. Anything more entertaining than those boring piles of broken porcelain that it had just made from the expensive Dalketti figurines would certainly do. Which, for some inconceivable reason, had both failed to bounce about being pushed off the table. Although finding the older woman's overly dramatic ramble a little hard to take seriously, especially seeing how the duration of time that was just spent ranting about the delay was already comparable to that of said delay itself, Yancy responded with a formal apology for the brief hold-up. "Sorry about that, Miss Dona. I was in the middle of a cross-transceiver call and didn't hear you the first time you knocked." Suddenly, the eccentric stylist, Miss Dona, as she was called, had a complete shift in attitude, replacing her scowl with an intrigued smirk. "Oh? Let me guess, was it your boyfriend on the other line?" she said as she moved her eyebrows up and down and grinned mischievously. The young girl's face rapidly turned several shades of pink at this remark. "I told you before, he's not exactly my boyfriend," she said in a hushed tone. "Well, for someone who's named your boyfriend, you should spend a lot of time talking to this bugger," smirked the older woman as she dropped her luggage on the floor beside her, and unwittingly on Jigglypuff's head, prompting an angry squeak from the balloon Pokemon. "Now, what was his name again? Nick? Nort? Nate," Yancy corrected, though she wondered why she even bothered when she didn't even wish to continue this embarrassing conversation in the first place. "Oh, Nate! Right. Like, who names a kid Nort, anyway?" Watch out, Xehanort in shambles right now. Sounds to me like someone saying "what" with a plugged nose. And just like that, the eccentric stylist seemed to have lost all train of thought and proceeded to rant with heated passion. "Golly, I hate to be stuck dating with a dude with a name like Nort. The only worst name I've known is Ralph. You know what a Ralph is, don't you? What you call when your lunch decides to come back up for an encore visit? Like, oh my gosh, what kind of parent thinks a good idea to name the kid Ralph? Will they also name another one Barf? Or how about Puke or Vomit while they're at it? Yeesh them all, I say. I'm telling ya, if I ever have a kid, I'm naming him something normal, like Bill! Fred! Well, actually, maybe not Bill. That one just makes me think of having to pay taxes. Yancy said nothing at first, but scratched her head awkwardly as she gave the rambling woman a puzzled stare, trying to piece together just how exactly they even got into such an odd and random subject like this out of the blue. Okay, she responded before bringing the conversation back to the purpose of the visit. Anyway, shall we begin? Begin what? Said Miss Donna, her whole purpose for coming having already slipped her mind. You know, Nancy said as she awkwardly gestured towards the luggage lying on the floor that the old woman had brought. Getting me ready for the concert? Like you came here for? Oh right! I almost forgot about that! The eccentric stylist chirped as she eagerly fished a red and white Santa-themed dress from the bag and handed it to the younger lass, all while remaining oblivious to the dirty look she was currently receiving from the agitated Jigglypuff down on the ground beside her, who was not at all happy about having a case of luggage dropped on his head. Now you just get your skinny patoochie and this your gob, and then we'll get started dolling up your hand face. Chop chop now! I ain't got all day to wait around for you. A busy woman, you know. Got me lots of busy woman business to get back to. Stop to it, girl! Yes, ma'am, Yancy said as she retreated behind the dressing room's privacy divider and proceeded to change into her holiday-themed stage clothes. She was a little reluctant to have to remove her self-heating vest from Nate. She had already grown so used to wearing it for extra warmth that she found her feeling herself chilly to be in for standard room temperature without it. Man, have I ever become a spoiled wimp in such a short time, she thought. She wrapped her arms around herself for warmth upon changing into her new outfit, which, due to its winter theme, was actually considerably warmer than most of her other costumes she was strictly made to wear, and never previously had a problem with the temperature. While waiting on the other side of the divider for the team to finish dressing, Miss Donna began to unload the rest of her supplies onto the dressing room table, which Jigglypuff eyed with curiosity. Ready to snag something interesting from the clutter the instant the crazy stylish looked away. Ready to snag something interesting from the clutter the instant crazy stylish looked away. So tell me more about you and this Nate boy you've got your head all up in the clouds over, said the woman to Yancy with a devilish smirk forming on her lips, ever eager to pry her nose into someone else's personal business. Her question was answered with a loud thud, as a flustered Yancy lost her balance while putting on her stockings and fell against the divider, toppling it over. I told you, he's just a friend! Started the girl desperately, prioritizing responding to that embarrassing remark over acknowledging her painful accident as she lay flat on her back with one stocking only halfway up her leg and her face as red as a tomato. Her Jigglypuff looked down at her with eyes wide and mouth agape, cringing in horror to see such a painful wreckage come upon its trainer, while simultaneously taking this opportunity to reach over and snag an expensive piece of lipstick from the nearby stylist's bag while no one was looking, and then concealed the plunder behind its back to examine later. Priorities are important! Estona looked down upon the girl with hands on her hips and a sagacious look upon her lips. Just friends and nothing more, eh? Right, she said tauntingly as she extended a hand to help the team up. It's true, though, grunted Yancy as she painfully rose to her feet and fixed her loose stocking. For sure it is, teased an unconvinced Miss Donna before putting the cushioned seat in front of the vanity mirror, indicating for the girl to sit down so they could begin styling her hair. Now then, you sit your tush in the cush, and tell me more about this friend of yours, who just so happens to be a boy, while I get you all dolled up for the show. I ain't taking no for an answer now, and you're stuck with me for almost a whole hour yet either way, so get them beans a-spilling already. This sounds spicy! Yancy sighed to herself as she reluctantly took her seat and placed herself under the care of the assertively nosy stylist for the next hour. I need a holiday vacation, she muttered under her breath. Boy! Can you believe? Man, this woman, am I right? Getting all up in her business. Sorry, I'm feeling very peckish right now. And nothing but crumb remain in this bag. Why does the stylist sound like Meowth? Because her accent is Castilian, and the author actually confirmed that Castilian accent is akin to a New Yorker accent. So, I figure, I figure it fit. It fit nicely. Ah. But yeah, I left that part unsaid because, it's pretty clear it was like a New York-esque accent based on how I was saying it out loud. But it may not have been particularly obvious for those who are just reading it and may not even be familiar with the inspiration that knowing that Unova was inspired by the New York, New Jersey, Tri-City area in the United States. Yep. Castelia is based off New York. Exactly. All right. Now we have reached Chapter 5. The perks of being famous. In a quiet corner of the room sat Yancy's Jigglypuff, humming content to itself while using the expensive stick of lipstick it had swiped from Miss Donna's bag as the crayon to scribble on the walls with. The little balloon Pokemon felt quite proud of its work, although it initially took some time to figure out how to remove the cap from the strange item it had plundered, and also had to find out the hard way that the red part underneath tasted absolutely horrible when licked like a lollipop. Well, a master artist like itself could go from not knowing how to use this thing to being able to create those random squiggly lines with it so perfectly in such a short time. Alright, sorry, I'm just feeling so peckish. The two humans present, meanwhile, remained too absorbed in their ongoing conversation to notice Jigglypuff's artistic mischief. They sat, or rather, one sat while the other stood over fixing her hair, at the other end of the room, where the older one worked on styling the younger's look for the upcoming show. But not without nosily prying the poor girl for details about the latter's personal relationship with a certain boy the whole while. So let me get this straight, said the puzzled Miss Donna while fastening the pink and blue hair extension piece to Yancy's head. Its pink hair color blending so perfectly with the girl's real hair that one could not distinguish upon looking at it where the extension began and her actual hair ended. You like this boy, you found out he's a big fan of Nancy, but you don't know that you are Nancy, and you ain't even gonna tell him? Yancy shifted uncomfortably in her seat, her gaze glued fixedly to the floor as though she had come to realize that it was the most interesting looking floor in the world. It's complicated, was all the embarrassed girl could bring herself to say now, already regretting to have confided as much as she did to her prying stylist. What's so complicated? Just tell this nitwit who you are and he'll be begging to be your boyfriend. That's what you want, ain't it? No, not exactly. So you don't want him to like you? Oh, look, I know teenagers are prone to constant mood swings and all, but seriously, make up your mind, girl. You're confusing me. It's just that it's not really me he likes. Yancy paused briefly, feeling a sense of melancholy as she proceeded to speak that name that had lately come to have a bitter taste in her mouth. It's Nancy. Miss Donna raised a puzzled eyebrow. Hello? Forgetting something? You are Nancy! How's this a problem? Because Nancy isn't the real me, said the younger girl as she raised her eyes towards the mirror, somberly staring down the face looking back at her, which she could no longer see as her own in its current dolled-up state. It's pretty much just a fictional character that I play on stage, yet when people look at me, they tend to see Nancy... They tend to see Nancy first and foremost, and Yancy only second, if even at all. Nate's been one of the few exceptions to this because he doesn't know that Nancy and Yancy are the same person, but he has eyes only for the former and sees the latter as just a friend. If I were ever to get together with someone, I'd want him to love me as Yancy, not as Nancy. As things currently stand with Nate, he's too infatuated with Nancy right now, and so I don't want him to find out that I am her until he first grows out of his crush of his on my fictional counterpart. And Yancy stopped with cheeks ablaze as she suddenly realized what she was actually emitting out loud for the first time. Feeling she had said too much already, she hesitated for a brief moment if she really wanted to finish confiding her feelings on this highly personal matter, but after glancing up to see the expectant stare she was receiving from the older woman, waiting impatiently for her to continue, the bashful girl resumed her words, her voice fading into a near whisper. And learns to love the real me. Already regretting having shared all that she said, Yancy's face quickly reached a new shade of red that may have possibly set a new world record if a category for darkest shade of red that a blushing face can reach existed. Which, considering the many other kinds of bizarre old red categories out there, it just might. That staring contest with the floor she had previously been locked in was immediately resumed, and now accompanied with the irresistible urge to intensely cringe like she had never cringed before. As if an unseen army of long-nailed ghosts decided all at once to suddenly claw at a surrounding gallery of invisible chalkboards all around her that only she could hear. Miss Dona gave the flustered mess of a girl what the latter could only assume was a long and judgmental look. Though she couldn't be sure without exactly turning to look up at the older woman for herself, which was the last thing she wanted to do. Her piercing eyes stared through the very soul of the anxious teen for what felt like half an eternity, which in actuality had been in less than 3 seconds. Before the unamused stylist broke the non-existent silence with her own 2 cents on the matter. You know what I think, hon? I think you worry too much about this. What's the matter if it's Nancy or Yancy this boy has the hots for? It's still you either way, and when he finds out that the two of you are the one and the same, he's just gonna like the both of them all the more. It ain't nothing that gets yourself all worked up over. Yeah, but... Yancy began to say before being cut up. Don't you butt me on this! Listen up, girlfriend! Said Miss Dona sternly, unwilling to tolerate any further hesitation from the reluctant lass. Everyone, and I do mean everyone, finds themselves stuck in the friend zone with a crush from time to time. Not even the most indisputably attractive of us is safe from that awful fate. Don't even get me started on how messed up men's taste can be. You're gonna spend heaps of cash on only the best manicures, schmancy clothes, top-class makeup, and hairstyles. Yet for some unfathomable reason, that guy of your affection still rejects you, and they were some total nobody. We don't even spend a single dime on her appearance, all because she has a better personality. Whatever the hoo-hay that is. But you, unlike most of us, actually get a free pass out of that friend zone mess. It ain't every day that you're rival for your crush's affection also happens to be your very own alter ego. If you want to let this opportunity go to waste and continue trying in vain to get this boy to fall for the real Yancy when he was already head over heels for Nancy, you be my guest. But just keep in mind how easy it was for him to fall for the latter, and remember, the next girl that catches his eye like that probably ain't gonna be another alter ego of yours. Those last words stung at Yancy's heart like a swarm of angry bits. But before the girl could find the words to respond, there was a knock at the door. "Deliveries for Miss Nancy," called a voice from outside. "I'll get that for you," said Miss Dona as she left the contemplative teenager in her seat and answered the door. She came back seconds later with 3 gift boxes and 2 bouquets of flowers in her arms, one consisting of a dozen red roses, the other of red, pink, and white camellias. An amused smirk stretched across the older woman's face as she set the items on the table before the young teen. "Here you go. Looks like more free loot from your adorned fans again. Think we got time to have a look-see at what kind of fancy junk them simps sent you this time, yeah?" Alright, let's see them, I guess. Yancy sighed unenthusiastically. Receiving gifts from attention-seeking fans was pretty commonplace for the young celebrity, especially during the holidays, and although she always tried to appreciate her fans and their kind gestures, the constant gifts from total strangers, who more often than not were typically just random sycophants whose impure motives were to woo and impress her celebrity persona, was something she'd never quite get used to. Still, this was a welcome distraction from the previous subject that Miss Dona seemed to have suddenly forgotten they were discussing. Examining first the 2 bouquets and finding, unsurprisingly, that she recognized the name of neither one of their senders. That's my place. Sorry, I've actually lost my place. Where's my place? Oh, okay. I think I found it. Yancy quickly skimmed for the cringeworthy notes attached to them, which both came from some random guys whom she had never heard of, saying something along the lines of how they considered her, that is, Nancy, to be the most beautiful girl in the world, that she had captured their hearts with her melodious voice, and her winning smile that the beauty of all the flowers in the world could never compare with, and all other embarrassingly adulatory words that all ooze with insincerity. The unimpressed lass cast them both aside before she could lose her sanity, or at least her lunch, from reading such mushy words of superficial affection directed towards her superficial persona. Miss Dona, on the other hand, seemed to find quite a deal of amusement in reading. Without permission, by the way. The various love notes the teen celebrity received from such starstruck admirers vying for attention. Ha ha ha! Oh, this here's a good one! The older woman cackled gleefully, wiping tears from her eyes as she shamelessly read one of the embarrassing notes. These beautiful flowers have not the beauty of you? Aw, what a cute little sap! Someone get this boy an award for his cheesy poetry skills. Ha ha! A lot of this fan mail sure seems to have gotten more flirty this past year, Yancy commented with disdain, quietly wondering just how these people who always managed to fail to see how badly they were embarrassing themselves. That's what you can expect to happen after a celeb turns 15, hun. If you think this is something, just wait until you're 18, the stylist snickered with mirth. Peeps of every age are gonna see you as fair game once you're no longer a minor. Ugh, don't remind me. The teen groaned as she reluctantly moved on to opening the gift boxes. She didn't even bother making the effort to remember the names of any of these senders, not out of arrogance or feelings of superiority, but out of charity towards the individuals. If these hormone-driven brown noses ever wised up enough in the future to realize just how embarrassingly foolish their over-the-top flirtatious behavior actually was, they would certainly be grateful to have it forgotten. The first box contained a ridiculously expensive necklace that no one on their right mind should be spending their money on to gift to some singer they never met, with a pendant shaped like two beautiful swanna forming a heart, which Yancy deduced must have been the latest trending item from the manufacturer. She had just received another one exactly like it from yet another attention-craving fan the other day. Attached, of course, was yet another cringy love letter from yet another name she didn't recognize, speaking similar empty words as those from the flower senders. Oh, and what's this here? Said Miss Dona, peering over her shoulder. Did you get a swanna pendant just like this one the other day? I sure hope that simp didn't leave too big a dent in his pocketbook saving up for that. I just wish these people would quit wasting their money and time trying to woo celebrities they've never met and learn to better appreciate the people in their own lives instead, sighed Yancy as she fidgeted the pendant in her hands. Her thoughts trailed off to that recent day when she encountered Nate at the mall and learned that he, too, was crushing on her celebrity persona and shopped for some elaborate gift to send her. The disappointment at finding out that even someone like him could turn out to be yet another hormone-driven brown nose vying for celebrity attention like the rest of them was still difficult for her to accept, but she reasoned that he was only human. Moving on. The second gift box contained an equally expensive bottle of perfume imported from Kalos, which immediately caught Miss Dona's attention. Oh snap! Is that what I think it is? Lumiose Amor? Now that's some good stuff! The eccentric stylist declared as she enthusiastically snatched the bottle to claim as her own, rambling on and on about what a rare find it was, without even thinking to ask Yancy if it was okay for her to take, despite the item clearly being addressed to the latter, not the former. The pink-haired teen rolled her eyes at the older woman's behavior, but raised no objection. She didn't really care much for the perfume anyway. Unlike the previous three items, the note attached to that one was not a love letter trying to win Nancy's affections. Rather, it was from a fan who had written their own song and hoped the teen celebrity would consider singing it in one of her performances, and thus gain the writer some brief publicity. Yancy rolled her eyes. Second time in a row. this shameless attempt to leech off her fame, but didn't entirely dismiss this note right off the bat like she did the others. At least not until she read the attached song for herself and found the not-so-family-friendly lyrics to be totally appalling. I am not singing this. As for the third box, well, that one went immediately into the dumpster. It contained a horribly revealing piece of clothing, if there was even enough cloth there to qualify it as clothing, that the perverted sender apparently wished to see her in, as well as a very disturbing note full of inappropriate implications that could not be repeated here without having to severely increase the story's age rating. What kind of sicko sends stuff to that, like that to a 15-year-old anyway? Yancy pinched the bridge of her nose and groaned in exasperation. I never would have thought I'd live to hear myself say this, but I am so ready for this whole season of giving to be over with. Oh, don't be such a poopa! This is one of the best points of being famous, said Miss Donna as she tried to out a puff of her new perfume. You're stuck with this car whether you like it or not, so you might as well milk the daylights out of it, right? Besides, maybe the next haul there'll be something good from that boy you like. You know, with him being a confined simp for your celebrity self and all. Hearing these words, the girl fell silent. She wondered if, in Christmases past, Nate had ever squandered his own savings on sending her celebrity persona an expensive gift like what these other sycophants had done today. If so, she would not have been familiar with his name at the time, which meant she likely did not hold onto whatever it was that he may have even sent her. Although she knew well that hoarding unneeded gifts from unknown fans was always a pointless effort, the thought that she may have carelessly discarded something that her beloved Nate had devotedly gifted to her at some point, even if his intentions at the time were not as genuine as she would have liked, did renew in her a feeling of guilt. She must have trailed off in her thought longer than she realized, because the next thing she knew was the sound of Miss Donna impatiently snapping her fingers in her face to get her attention. Hello? You listening to me? I just asked you a question, girl. It'd be polite to answer. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Donna. Could you repeat that? Displaying her impatient side again, the eccentric stylist crossed her arms with a scoff of disapproval. Seriously? You's making me repeat myself? Kids these days, I tell you, hon, you gotta learn to stop paying better attention. When a girl don't even notice what's happening right in the same room as her, it don't exactly give an impression of competence, you know. Hold that thought, Yancy interrupted as she peered with eyes wide behind the peeved woman lecturing her. The sight of red scribbles all over the wall in the opposite end of the room having finally caught her eye. Jigglypuff! What do you think you're doing? A confused Miss Donna promptly turned around to look. Huh? You have a Jigglypuff? She asked, having never previously noticed the balloon Pokemon's existence despite being in the same room as it countless times before. Now that the little normal fairy type's presence was pointed out to her, she could no longer overlook it. Especially not as it was scribbling all over the walls using her top quality lipstick. Hey! Is that my Eckertinkin pointed lip gloss you're using? That ain't no crayon, you little thief! Shouted the outraged stylist as she rushed ahead to seize the expensive item from the pink puffball's grasp. Jigglypuff, however, was not so willing to let go of its new treasure without a fight. Squeaking angrily, the balloon Pokemon held a tight grip while fending the aggressive human off with all its strength, putting up quite the fight despite its small size. Let go! Let go! You're clearing! Ow! Ain't got no appreciation! Ow! Fuck glamour when you seize it! Crash, thud, pow. I'm not even gonna bother with that stuff. The squabble went on for a couple minutes before Yancy was able to return Jigglypuff into its Pokeball just in time to save a losing Miss Donna from a pulverizing hyper voice attack. I'm so sorry! Are you alright, Miss Donna? She asked worriedly to the half-beaten stylist, lying now on the floor with a chipped tooth. Don't even mention it, came Miss Donna's reply as she groggily lugged herself back to her feet, motioning assertively for the team to immediately return to her stool. Let's just agree this never happened and get back to styling you up for the show, okay? Yancy obediently sat in awkward silence as the peeved stylist got back to work applying the younger girl's makeup. Finding the sudden silence somewhat uncomfortable, she decided to try resuming conversation to ease the mood again. So, what was that question you were asking me before? You know, Jigglypuff's incident interrupted? Oh yeah! Miss Donna instantly perked up again, completely forgetting the painful and rather humiliating struggle that just transpired. as she readily seized this invitation to resume her nosy prying. What I asked was, what'd you get this little Prince Charming of yours for Christmas? Cause I knows you gotta give him something. Shoot, I've walked right into that, didn't I? Yancy mentally slapped herself for having brought back this embarrassing topic that she had family thought was over with. Just a VIP ticket for today's show, she admitted with a slight blush. This unfortunately seemed to intrigue the nosy stylist even more than expected. Hold the phone? I mean, he's gonna be here? Watching you live? Today? Yeah? Why? Oh, well. This sounds like quite the opportunity, don't you think? Your little crushy poo coming to see you live in all your glory on the most magical day of the year? Sounds like the makings of a romance novel if I ever did hear one. Yancy cringed. Please don't call him my crushy poo. What do you mean by opportunity anyway? He's just gonna be a spectator in the audience the whole time, so it's not like we'll be interacting in any way while he's here. Oh, that's what you think. But that's just because you ain't thinking creatively enough. And apparently I have to put more wood on the fire, BRB. There, it's back on the fire. Wood's back on the fire. Miss Jonah smiled devilishly as she turned her eyes to the ceiling and thought, causing a great deal of anxiety for the young teen, wondering what was now transpiring in this crazed woman's head. Oh, I got me some spicy shenanigans boiling up in my noggin! Yancy gulped nervously. Look, Miss Jonah, I don't know what you're thinking. I really appreciate it if you just promise me now not to try and pull anything stupid, okay? Oh, don't you worry about that, hon. The older woman reassured in a manner the team found far from reassuring. Voice things first anyway. But now we'll just focus on fixing you up for the show and leave the rest of the dates up to little old me, okay? Now then, which lipstick should we use today? Yancy looked to the stick of lipstick that her Jigglypuff had just been smearing all over the wall a moment ago. Anything other than that one sounds good, I guess. Wait, you were gonna suggest the same thing, but the stylist beat you to it? Wait, what did Miss Donut suggest again? Wait, what'd she suggest again? I don't know, she suggested a lot of things. That, you know, she says a lot of crazy things. All right, Chapter 6, Christmas Conspiracy. A roar of applause, loud enough to wake the dead, echoed from the cheering crowd as their beloved pop singer Yancy concluded her live performance upon the stage, decorated with Christmas-themed props and blinking lights galore. After more than an hour of singing her remix versions of Jingle Bells, Silent Night, and God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, We Wish You a Merry Christmas and several other Christmas classics, as well as a few of her brand's own original songs thrown into the mix, the concert had at last ended with a holiday-themed remake of Nancy's more recent hit, Xtransceiver Love, as the final number. Despite having been given less time to rehearse for this concert than usual, she was able to pull it off yet another flawless performance today. Cries such as, "You go, Nancy! We love you! You're the best, Nancy! I'm your biggest fan!" and "Marry me! I'm desperate!" rang out from every direction among the live audience before her. This teen celebrity, meanwhile, paid them no real notice, but would often steal a glance in one particular direction towards one of the VIP seats, clandestinely observing the occupant of said seat whenever she afforded to look his way amidst her performance. "Thank you, everyone! I hope you all had a most wonderful time," said Nancy, taking a bow before her adoring audience, the little bells decorating her Santa-themed outfit jingling as she moved. She was wearing a little more makeup today than usual for her and consistently spoke in an extra cheery, higher-pitched tone of voice, hoping it would be enough to help keep a certain someone in the audience from recognizing the sound of her normal voice and connecting her two identities, though without completely disguising it lest everyone notice the change. That's all for Nancy's Christmas Carol. But before we go, I have one last gift to make this holiday special truly special. The cheering crowd quieted down a little as they awaited with eagerness what their pink-haired star would next announce. She turned and skipped merrily, bells jingling all the way, to collect one of the many prop gift boxes that lay dormant beneath the large Christmas tree decorating the stage's background. This box was significantly smaller than most of the others scattered around the stage, being only about 1 square foot in diameter, as well as the most distinctly colored of the props, and unbeknownst to anyone other than Yancy herself, was in fact a very last-minute addition to the rest of the decor. Okay, that she tells Nate her feelings anyway, since she is the same person that Nate likes, just with 2 different names. Okay, you know what? True! She probably should do that. Anyway. Her back still to the audience, the girl quietly took a deep breath to calm her nerves as she clenched the box anxiously between her hands before turning to face the crowd once more. A bright smile on her face betraying the restless beating of her heart as she held the special box before them. As a final Christmas gift to you, we'll be closing with a first-of-its-kind lucky ticket lottery! If the number I'm about to pull from this box matches that of your entry ticket, you'll win yourself a private audience with yours truly backstage. I hope you're all excited for this because I sure am! And indeed, the crowd was excited. Their excitement was heard loud and clear in another eruption of wild cheers at this announcement, with every attendee in the facility hoping that their ticket number would be the one drawn in the surprise lottery to meet with Nancy. It was enough that the girl almost felt sorry for what she was really about to do. One lucky winner will be drawn, she said as she stole another quick, subtle glance in the direction of one particular VIP seat where a certain bushy-haired boy sat sipping his beverage as he watched the show. Yancy could only wonder what his thoughts were at the moment, for he seemed so much more composed than any of the others in the crowd. So without further ado, she continued, turning her eyes back to the rest of the audience once more, as if her attention had remained with them the whole time. Everyone check your ticket numbers and let's begin! The audience sat at the edge of their seats in anticipation as the lid to the box came off and the teen celebrity fished her hand inside with a smile. She then pulled out a single slip of paper from what her onlookers assumed was one among many that filled the lotto box. It was, in actuality, the only paper in there at all, and unfolded it to read off the winning number that was allegedly printed upon it. I can't believe I'm really doing this, is what she thought to herself through it all. She was definitely going to be hearing from her manager once he found out that she had held a surprise event like this without consenting him about it first. But then again, why should she care what he had to say anymore when he made her miss out on her family's holiday vacation and work on Christmas Eve while he got to spend it at home with his own family? She could worry about his reaction later. And the winning ticket is... she said slowly to build suspense, holding the blank paper at an angle with the backside of the audience so that only she could view its non-existent print before cheerfully announcing the digit she specifically recalled from the VIP pass she had previously gifted to Nate. Number 623! Congratulations, ticket number 623! Please show your ticket to the staff on your way out and they'll escort you to my quarters after the show. I look forward to meeting you! The crowd resumed their round of applause, albeit now reduced to a mild clapping, as everyone's attention was currently centered more on each checking their losing ticket numbers at the moment. As been the case throughout the entire concert, Yancy's own attention remained solely focused on Nate and his VIP seat, apart from the rest of the audience, eagerly anticipating his imminent reaction to having just won a private audience with a celebrity crush. She observed as the boy drew his VIP ticket from his pocket. His eyes widened, and he seemed to do a double take upon seeing the winning number in his hand. Then he looked back up to her upon the stage, cocked his head as if in thought. But he showed no particularly strong reaction beyond that. Is something not right? Yancy wondered. She would have expected to see a little more visible excitement out of him, or at least a simple grin. Perhaps he's still trying to take in the reality that he actually just won? Although she wanted to observe a few moments more and see if he would display a more readable reaction, the teen celebrity knew well that she couldn't get away with staring any longer without being obvious. So she reverted her gaze back to the rest of the audience once more and proceeded to close the show. That wraps up this holiday special. Thank you all again for coming to Nancy's Christmas Carol! You were the most wonderful audience this evening, and I wish you all the most wonderful Christmas to match. Merry Christmas, everybody! With these closing words, the many lights illuminating the stage slowly dimmed before turning off one by one as the teen celebrity stood waving to the applauding crowds from under the last remaining spotlight. As this final spotlight deactivated with the rest, the stage was enveloped in darkness, allowing the pink-haired pop star to retire from the scene as the sounds of applause slowly settled and the attendees began to withdraw from their seats. From the cover of the shadows backstage, she peered discreetly one last time into the dispersing crowds for another look at the winner of her rigged lottery. She was again staring blankly at his winning ticket and thought as before, though just what was going through his mind still remained a mystery to the girl even now. After watching him calmly get up and disappear into the rows of people lining up toward the exit, she herself withdrew and hurried her way back to her room. Several staff members congratulated her on her performance as she passed them along the way, to which she would quickly respond with a polite "thank you," while continuing hastily on her way without so much as a look back, stopping only briefly to remind the security guard outside her door to grant entry to whomever arrived with the ticket numbered 623 in their possession. "As you wish, Miss Nancy," was all he had to say in reply to orders, neither knowing nor caring why such a promotional event was decided upon by his employers on such a last-minute whim. Shutting the door hastily behind her, Yancy went straight to the water cooler, her anxious heart beating rapidly within her chest, and began to pour herself a drink to quench the thirst in her throat parched from over an hour's singing, as well as to calm her nerves over what was still about to come. "I can't believe I'm actually going through with this," she muttered aloud to herself with regret before raising the cup of water to her lips. "And I can't believe it's taken ya so long to even get this far, Goyle!" said the familiar voice of one overly eccentric stylist from behind her, startling Yancy into spewing her drink all over the nearby mirror on the wall. "It's about time you finally got around to making a move on this boy. I mean, it did take some pushing from me to convince you, but hey, at least you're finally doing it. Miss Donut!" The startled teen wheezed as she choked up her water. "What are you doing in here?" "Just making sure the mood's all set and right and proper for your little date with Destiny, of course," declared the overwoman proudly as she pointed out the renovations she took the liberty of making in the teenage celebrity's room without anyone's permission. The once white sofa was now draped in red silk, with heart-shaped pillows replacing the usual square ones, and the floor around it was now littered with red rose and camellia petals taken from the 2 bouquets that the teen celebrity had received earlier that day. The remaining pink and white camellias were arranged in a vase on the coffee table between the scented candles and a pair of luxurious wine glasses. Much of the furniture had been greatly rearranged, with any and all chairs previously present in the room completely cleared out so that the only place of seating available was the sofa, ensuring that Yancy and her visitor would have to sit together in the midst of this over-the-top romantic atmosphere. "I hired a crew to come in and spice up this joint lickety-split while you was out singing your little carol," the eccentric stylist boasted. "Pretty fancy-smancy, eh? Figured you could use all the help you can get." "You really shouldn't have," said the exasperated teen, shielding her eyes from the uncomfortable sight with her hand in embarrassment. "Oh, no need to thank me, hon," said Miss Donut, completely oblivious to the blatantly obvious tone of disapproval in the young girl's words. "And don't worry about the bill. I left in the top drawer of your vanity for you. They did charge you awful dirty for being called in to work like last-minute rush job on Christmas Eve, but hey, no price is too great for sweet romance, am I right?" "You really shouldn't have," Yancy repeated with even more exasperation than before. "Now then, did you pull off the rigged lottery like I told you to?" "Yes, but I'm still not sure this was a really good idea." "Perfect! Then a little Christmas conspiracy is all coming together," declared the older woman with selective hearing as she shoved the reluctant teen towards the sofa. "Now you just hold still a moment while I freshen up your makeup before that hunky date of yours comes a-knockin'." "I'm pretty sure a fan winning a lottery drawing to meet a celebrity doesn't quite count as a date," Yancy said as Miss Dona whipped out her makeup kit and got to work on her. "Oh, you play your cards right, and it will be before long. I made sure of that," sang the eccentric stylist with a smirk as she pointed upward for the special item she hung directly above the sofa. Mistletoe. Yancy's eyes widened in horror and nearly popped out of her head when she saw the parasitic plant hanging above her. "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Too far, Miss Dona, too far!" she panically objected, causing her new makeup to smear a little. I wasn't planning on kissing him! Certainly not here and now! Oh, come on, you called that holding still? Miss Donut scolded as she proceeded to wipe away the makeup smudge from the girl's face. What you so worried about anyway? You already know he's got it bad for you, so it ain't like he was running any risk of rejection here. She suddenly leaned closer and whispered in a hushed voice into Yancy's ear. But if he does, don't worry, I stashed a little something in the drawer that you can sneak into his drink in case of an emergency. I'll get him to agree to whatever you want. I will not be using that, said the teen with a look of obvious disturbance. Besides, rejection isn't even the point. Then what is the point? Well, it's very hard for me to put into words, Yancy said as she fidgeted flusteredly with her overhanging Santa hat, pondering just how to explain what she felt. She could not deny the fact that she did indeed desire Nate's affection, but not like this. She wanted to be loved, not merely kissed. Most certainly not under the guise of someone else. But how could she hope to make Miss Donut understand? She'd have better chances at trying to explain the rules of chess to a pie dove, which, as she recalled from witnessing this very same moment's own past attempts with a wild pie dove that had flown in through an open window one afternoon, is a futile task. Bah! Wade's overrated anyway. I don't much bother listening to him, said Miss Donut dismissively as she finished the younger girl's makeup fix, and then proceeded to blast her with a few puffs of the Lumiose Amor perfume.
Who are you people?
Cat? Cat? Splatty Catty? Hello, Cat? Oh my god, and you did a resub. Oh my god, hi, Cat!
Hi, Mochi.
Hi, Cat, how are you? How are you? Sorry, I'm stuck doing like a New York accent. Because one of these characters has a really thick New York accent. I'm trying to play it up. You're doing good? Ah! Mochi, let me mutt. Yeah, you gotta be quicker this time. How are you doing? You're 4-0 and Looney, let's go! Let's go! My team is 0-3. We need to practice more. A lot more. But still, congrats on getting 4-0 and Looney! Now you just gotta sweep. Now do it. Now do the same in week 5. Get 5-0. And then, have fun at playoffs. And then enjoy your rescheduling week off. I presume you're not doing the rescheduling week. I'm doing great. Oh, thank you, Kat. Thank you, thank you. Didn't even give you a chance? Yes, I gave you like 2 seconds. That's plenty time! You gotta win your reschedule. Oh, so you do have a reschedule. I see, I see. Oh! This is week 5. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Honestly, yeah, I feel like my internal count of like how many matches there have been has kind of been shot out the window because one, I have Squirrel Bran as you to quote you directly, Kat. And 2, we have to reschedule our match too because of the you know who that you are totally aware of that I think I ranted to you about when last we spoke. So yeah. Squirrel Brand, so true. Oh yeah. So yeah, that'll be fun. But hey, if this guy is as bad as his constant complaining makes me think he probably is, hopefully I'll have the opportunity to snipe him repeatedly. Especially since he plays Hydra. Chargers love Hydra. He'll be a sitting duck. Bears love ducks. Hey, what were you doing? I'm guessing you were doing Splatoon? You were doing Splatoon. Okay. I actually kind of recently fixed my shoutout command. So yeah, I guess I'm not quite used to looking at it. But yeah. I hope you had a great time, Cat. And I hope you were getting some rest too. And also thank you for the raid. You're awesome. Incredible. I love you, Cat. I love you. Yeah, we are reading a fanfiction right now called Yancy's Christmas Carol by SilentN. It is a Pokemon fanfic. It is a Tranceiver shipping Pokemon fic, and which is a specific romantic pairing between two characters from Black 2 and White 2. If you've ever played that. It was intense 5-3? Oh, yo! That reminds me of, like, our first set, where we got reverse 4-0'd. Or 5-0'd. Or at least it felt like a reverse 5-0. But all in all, that was still, like, also, like, a really close set. Black 2 is your first ever mainstream Pokemon game? Oh! Then, Kat, are you familiar, then, with the lost item side quest? Or with the dropped item side quest? Where you find someone's lost cross transceiver in Nimbasa City, pick it up, and you have the owner calls you. Well, Tranceivershipping is the name of the pairing between the male character and Yancy, who shows up if you play as a boy. As you are aware, if you play as a girl, you have Curtis instead. You never finished that side quest? I mean, I guess to be fair, it was like really tedious side quests because they're like 50 different spots that you can go to trigger the event. And they're like very specific spots too. You basically had to fly all over Unova to even like trigger them, and you didn't necessarily know which ones to do until you got there, so... Or at least that was the impression I got, because I never finished that side quest either, but... It's a really honking cute side quest though, and I love it so much. Oh, you played as a boy! Oh, then you're already familiar with this pairing! You're already familiar with this pairing! Let's go! Well, I guess for a quick rundown of what's happening, so Yancy, as Nancy, as she is revealed to actually be the pop star Nancy that you see in like TV commercials like all over the region, she's being forced to do a Christmas show on Christmas. And her hairstylist is giving her is hatched a plan to like, okay, so, all right, so she likes Nate. She got him a Christmas gift. She thinks that he has a crush on Nancy, her persona, and not her. So she gifted him a ticket, a VIP ticket to her show. He did attend. And her hairstylist, after the show, set up a rigged lottery to make it so that he would win to have him show up to her dressing room. So yes. Oh man. Oh, Kat, I'm so happy that you're aware of who Yancy is. Yancy is actually really honking adorable, and she is a sweetheart and honking adorable, and yeah. So yeah, I love this ship. I love this ship. This ship, I love it. So yeah, so the concert's over. Yancy just got back to the dressing room, and she is now complaining to her hairstylist that her stylist that She really shouldn't have done all this. She's really not wanting to do this. This was not Yancy's idea. This is all her hairstyle, all her stylist's idea. As Aiden said, her stylist is crazy. So, how about I show you for yourself? Well, it's all overrated anyway. I don't much bother listening to him, said Miss Dona dismissively as she finished the younger girl's makeup fix and then proceeded to blast her with a few puffs of the Lumiosa Amore perfume, causing the teen to choke a little on the strong fumes in her face. Now then, I know you don't have any prior dating experience, but no worries, good old Miss Dona is here to help. I happen to be busted with experience in this field, so I'm quite the expert if I do say so myself. But I thought you were single, wheezed Yancy as she wiped her irritated eyes and gasped for breathable air. Well, sure, I'm single now, but I'll have you know I dated more men in my time than I can even count, the older woman insisted. And not one of them has stuck with you, the disoriented teen said, unintentionally aloud without thinking, earning herself a bop on the head from the offended stylist. Oh, hush up! How did we just say is the expert around here? That's right, me! The only one who's had experience! Now then, let's get down to business, shall we? First off, we're gonna need to make some quick changes to your outfit. Why? What's wrong with my current outfit? Don't question the coach, kid. We've only got a few seconds to work here before that dream boat of yours comes knocking. Now give me that shawl you're wearing. And maybe one of those stockings can come off too. Yancy reluctantly obeyed and removed the articles of clothing she was told to, just wondering just what Miss Dona had in mind to replace them with. She was about to remove the second stocking as well, but was then stopped by the stylist. Oh, you don't need to take them both off, hon. Just one is enough. The girl cocked her head in confusion. What do you mean by that? Yeah, let's put this on ya, said the older woman. She put the discarded items aside and approached the lass with a large ribbon in her hands, which she then wrapped around the latter's bare leg into a bow as if wrapping a present. There you go, all set. Wait till that boy sees you now. Yancy stood confused for a brief moment, having one leg bare and no shawl to cover her upper back and shoulders, and just this sleeveless Santa dress, wondering how she could possibly be all set when she isn't even fully dressed yet. Suddenly, it clicked. Wait. What? The girl exclaimed in horror, realizing now that Miss Dona wasn't having her remove parts of her outfit for the purpose of dressing up. It was for the purpose of dressing down! Miss Dona, you can't be serious! You expect me to present myself to Nate like this? Oh wow, I just thought you might want to take it one step at a time, but I suppose we can get rid of the auto stocking too if you really insist, remarked the young pretending stylist. No! That's not what I meant! Said the flustered teen as she wrapped her arms around herself, feeling half naked, quite chilly in her current attire. Don't you think this is indecent? My dad would never approve of me being so underdressed in front of a boy. Well, your daddy ain't here now, is he? Said Miss Donna with a smirk, as if humoring the lass for her discomfort. Take it from me, hon. This is exactly what every young man wants to see, so you gotta get comfortable with wearing less clothes, and with rebelling against them sheltering parents of yours from time to time, if you ever hope to have a good love life. It's all just part of growing up. But Nate, he's not that kind of guy. Yancy initially protested before immediately coming to second guess the reliability of her own judgment. I mean, I don't think he would be. Just like you didn't think he was the type to simp for celebs, said an unconvinced Miss Dona, looking down on the girl with arms crossed. Tell me, sweetheart, why do you think this boy's never seen the real Yancy, as you say? Is nothing more than a friend who, even though he's head over heels for Nancy, who looks exactly the same. These words pierced the younger girl's heart like a painful dose of harsh reality. Perhaps she had been over-idealizing Nate even more than she thought. That's right, Miss Dona continued. It's cause men ain't got no interest in dating a shy gal who acts like a goody two-shoes or only dresses according to her daddy's approval. If you want to get the boys, you got to put on some confidence, show some skin, and be a rebel. Be a flighty-doity rebel. Many conflicting thoughts and feelings of uncertainty began to overwhelm Yancy's mind with each other. Overwhelm Yancy's mind with each word the older woman spoke to her. She knew and understood well that life was not a fairy tale where true love always waited. That people were never perfect and everyone has flaws, and you just had to learn to accept learn to accept them. That concupiscence exists, and even the seemingly most sincere individual likely still harbored some degree of selfish motives and impure desires deep down that would still dictate how they saw and interact with others, and that neither Nate nor even herself was an exception to any of that. Defeated, Yancy hung her head in silence. She had to accept things as they really are, not as they ought to be. And for as kooky and impulsive as Miss Dona could often be, this woman did have far more experience in this world than a sheltered teen like yourself could ever claim to. Perhaps it really was best to listen to her guidance, even though her methods were difficult to agree with. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Miss Nancy, we have your lotto winner claiming an audience with you," said the voice of the security guard stationed outside. "You heard the man! It's showtime!" Miss Dona giddily declared as she hastily put away her makeup kit and ran to adjust the room's lighting. "Get yourself in position, Goyle friend! He's about to make an impression!" Yancy nodded silently and sat upright in her seat beneath the overhanging mistletoe, still clutching her upper arms in embarrassment and sitting with her legs crossed in a way that one still in its stocking would at least partially cover the bare leg from view. Miss Dona noticed her conscientious position and quickly disapproved. No, Goyle, a little more confidence, please." "Well, here goes nothing." Forcing a seductive smile on her face, the pink-haired teen reluctantly readjusts herself into a more alluring pose, resting her right arm over the back of the couch and her chin on the back of her left hand. She switched the position of her legs so that the bare one was now on top with the ribbon wrapped around it on full display. Feelings of guilt pulled at her heart as she thought about what her father would say about her behaving so provocatively for a boy like this. But she tried her best to push those thoughts from her mind and live in the moment as Miss Dona insisted. "That's better," the older woman commended as she dimmed the lights and turned on the stereo to a slow jazz tune to amplify the romantic atmosphere. The mood set to her liking, she gripped the doorknob in her hand and gave the nervous teen a reassuring wink. "Now get ready. Your old Prince Charming waits right behind this door." Yancy's heart beat rapidly in her chest as the door slowly creaked open. Miss Donut stood to the side and looked at Yancy with a proud smirk on her face as she waved her hand to present her with the two little girls standing in the open doorway. "Wait, what?" Yancy sat up in surprise. Miss Donut confidently looked towards the girls and then back to Yancy again. So proud as a princeps to have arranged all this for the teen, before realization suddenly dawned on her and she looked back to the girls again in a shocked double take. "Now that is one weird-looking teenage boy!" "Hi," said the elder of the two girls, about 9 years of age, as she excitedly held a ticket numbered 623 in her little hand, while her sister, about a year younger, stood shyly behind her, holding her free hand. "I know you said there would only be one winner, but it's okay if I bring my sister to meet you too, right? We're both big fans!" Yancy smiled wildly at the girls, feeling a mixed sense of relief and disappointment alike, as she held back the urge to burst out laughing, both at the look on Miss Dona's face as well as at her own apparent mistake. "I called on the wrong ticket number, didn't I?" Ah! Isn't this crazy? Oh, well, you did see this comment, but also, but your earlier comment we thought actually was going to happen. you saw that this was coming. Oh man, the story is just so funny. It's just such a delight to read out loud. I love it so much. I love it. I just love it. It's great. Anyway. Well, Yancy is dodged a bullet, it seems. She can recover from this. So now, on to chapter 7. It ain't over till... What? I do have to find the right song, though, Ooh. But hey, looky here. I found it. Life could be unpredictable. That much Yancy knew. Oftentimes, one may expect things to go one way, only to wind up going another. Such unpredictable twists and turns seem to have become especially commonplace to her these recent days. She didn't expect to have her holiday vacation with her family to have been canceled on short notice for the sake of some petty concert. She didn't expect someone as seemingly rational as Nate to be the type to waste his money giving unasked extravagant gifts to wealthy celebrities whose identity he didn't even know. She didn't expect that simply gifting him with a ticket to her concert would lead to her hosting a rigged lottery and waiting to meet him in the less clothing than she was comfortable with. And she didn't expect that 2 little girls would be the ones showing up at her door instead of him. But at least this latest twist was one that she was more comfortable with for a change. But of course, she didn't expect a grown woman like Miss Dona to react so impulsively as to actually interrogate the poor girls like a ruthless inquisitor investigating a pair of heinous criminals at the scene of a crime. So you mean to tell me that some teenage boy you'd never seen before just gave you his winning ticket on the way out? The overzealous woman said to the frightened girls in disbelief. You sure you only didn't reach in his pocket and snag it from him? We're telling the truth, cried the elder of the girls as the two huddled against the wall, staring up in fear of the crazy lady towering over them. Oh, we didn't steal it, I promise! Are we in trouble? Whimpered the younger, hiding timidly behind her sister. Yancy hastily stepped between the girls and the crazed stylist before things escalated. Calm down, Miss Dona. This isn't an issue, she reassured with the most cheerful tone possible, trying to not frighten the poor girls any further. Whether they won the lottery, drawing themselves, or someone else willingly gave them their own ticket, makes no difference. They're still my welcome guests either way. Miss Dona, having already staked her pride on setting up what was supposed to be the perfect romantic evening for the teen, was not so willing to accept the turn of events. Especially not after the effort she went through phoning around to find a crew able and willing to come renovate the room on such short notice. Oh, come on now! You really think a teenage boy's gonna just fork over his big chance to meet the celeb he's been sipping for to some random kids just like that? Yancy smiled contentedly. If this is Nate we're talking about, I wouldn't be surprised, she whispered calmly to the older woman before turning towards the girls with a kind countenance. So you say you're here because someone offered you his own ticket as you were leaving the concert? Yes, girls answered nervously. It was all his idea. We didn't know we'd get in trouble for accepting it. You're not in trouble at all, the teen assured them lovingly. I just think that was very sweet of whoever offered you this ticket to do so. Do you know who this person was? We never saw him before, said the younger girl. We just bumped into him at the exit and he started talking to us and asked if we wanted to get to meet you, said the elder. He had bushy brown hair and was really nice to us. He looked just like the Lucario kid without his mask. Huh? Lucario kid? Oh yeah, wasn't that some recent superhero show from Pokestar Studios that had quickly gotten popular? Yancy had yet to see the show for herself and wouldn't know what the actor playing the protagonist, whoever he was, looked like under his mask, but what she recalled from the advertisement posters occurred to her now that none of these girls mentioned it, that he did indeed look a lot like Nate. The pink-haired teen couldn't help but smile at what she was hearing. Well then, I'm grateful to him for giving me the chance to meet such wonderful little girls as you. She said to the sisters warmly, putting to rest their fears and earning an adorable pair of smiles from them in return. There was no doubt about it. This person who selflessly gave away his winning ticket to these girls was most definitely Nate. Given how strong his infatuation with Yancy had allegedly been, she found it quite surprising that he would just give his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to meet a celebrity crush away to some random children like this. But at the same time, given his selfless and laid-back personality, she also found it not so surprising at all. It was nice to know that she really did call him the correct ticket number after all, but it was even more comforting to know that Nate wasn't completely obsessed with his crush if he could still pass up an opportunity to meet her like this by his own initiative. By the way, I forgot to mention, the number 623, that is actually a reference to Black and White 2's original release date. Why am I bringing this up now? Because I missed it before, and I want to bring it up now. So, there. Yeah, June 23rd. Yeah! Okay, where would Miss Dona, on the other hand, still was not so willing to let things play out in a way contrary to what she arranged. You know what? You was right! This boy does sound deserving of some of that gratitude stuff, now don't he? she proclaimed in a very cheerful tone that scarcely masked her underlying annoyance. I say we track this nitwit down and offer him a special award for being so stinking selfless like that. You just enjoy your time with the little darlings here and leave this task to me. And without another word, she was out the door in hot pursuit. Sensing an aggressive level of determination from the crazed stylist, Yancy felt the need to try and stop her before she did anything drastic. Excuse me a minute, girls, she said before running after the older woman and catching her by the wrist. Estona, it's okay. I appreciate you wanting to help me, but you really have done enough. Let's just let this one go. What? You're just gonna let this boy get away after everything I've done to throw you two together? I don't think so, her self-appointed matchmaker asserted. This is just a minor setback. But you know what they say? It ain't over till the fat lady breaks the camel's back. I don't think that's quite how the saying goes. Huh. Oh, you're right. Now what was that again? Oh yeah, it ain't over till the fat lady catches the worm. Yancy face-palmed. Sings, she corrected. Huh? The actual saying goes, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. Sings? Why, that don't make no sense. Who taught that fat lady how to sing? I like my voicings better. Estona scoffed and looked ahead towards the stairs leading down to the lobby, where the sound of the dispersing crowds vacating the building could be heard. Anyways, whilst we standing here yakking about them fat ladies and the singing, one catching and camel breaking, that boy could be giving us the slip already. You get back to the room and find a way to quickly show off them midgets in there and go, I'll catch the dweeb before he gets away. Before Yancy could get another word in, the crazed woman was rushing down the flight of stairs, tripping at some point halfway and stumbling violently down the rest of the steps to the bottom, but in her unrelenting determination, immediately pulled herself back to her feet and continued charging aggressively into the crowds with a loud war cry that earned herself many a curious glance from every passerby. Leaving the baffled...
Who are you people?
Oh! Hi, Ellie! And wow, Aiden, you got, wow. Wow, okay, you're right on it this time. Good job, Aiden. You're a good mod. Here I am, slowly putting my hammer away. How are you doing, Ellie? Thank you for the raid. What were you up to? Just chatting? Oh? What were you chatting about? What were you chatting about? I'm not getting you twice in one stream. Darn.
I'll get you next time, get it? Next time.
Nintendo Switch 2. Oh, that's right. That's right. You probably didn't see the direct yet, have you? What did you think? What did you think? Are you as hyped for Hyrule Warriors as I am? No, that's a trick question. I'm the only one who's hyped for Hyrule Warriors! And Pika! And Tyrant! We're like the only 3 people who are hyped for Hyrule Warriors! No Aminal Crossing! I know, okay, yeah, that does kind of stink a little bit. But... Surely they're working on it now. But it looks cool, you're pretty hyped. Oh, wait. Oh, you are pretty hyped? Actually, have you played Zelda? How familiar are you with the era of the wild of Zelda lore? Surely? Oh, you are? Let's go! Not familiar? If only you could see my face right now. If only you could see my face right now. Gosh dang it.
I can't believe you've done this.
I know, right? I can't believe she did this either. Getting my hopes up. I know. How did this happen? You tell me, Ellie. So thank you for the raid, Ellie. I appreciate the raid. And I hope you did. I hope you are hyped for the Switch too. And hopefully, you know, we don't pay too much of...
Thank you, Ellie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all week. 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 You'd be more hyped if there was a pink one. Maybe there will be. Eventually. Yeah, how was your stream? How was your stream? He asks, as though he wasn't already there. Yeah, I see you with the Raider from Fairy Telemarker, Aiden. Oh, also thank you for the stretch. I actually could use the stretch. Ugh. Also, you have a bunch of projectiles, Ellie. How do you have so many projectiles? You're so eepy, though. Okay, well, Ellie, you need to get some eep. You should go eep. You should go eep. We can take it from. We'll take it from here. Take care of yourself, girl. But hey, if you need help falling asleep, you can also listen to this. This really funny Pokemon romance fanfic. Okay, you lurk in here. Sounds good, Ellie. Oh, thank you, Cat, for the hydrate.
Screech!
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, enjoy your lurk, Ellie. I appreciate the lurk, and I appreciate you. All right. Anyway.
Suck!
Ellie, I think you said you were gonna go lurk. You're just playing a bunch of sounds. Also, sucks. So the Spaceballs one is very expensive. Yeah, she's a big spender. How is she? Yeah, how do you have so many projectiles? How are you throwing so many projectiles? You're throwing out more projectiles than I do in a game of Smash Ultimate. And that says a lot, because one of my mains is Young Link. Yes, I do lurking here. Is this lurking? I don't know if it's lurking. But yeah, enjoy your lurk, Ellie. I appreciate you. This girl, man, she's just so freaking hilarious. Oh, that's how you have so many. Oh. You know what? Fair enough. I guess that makes sense. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. I didn't see that coming. Yeah, she is absolutely hilarious. Ellie, how did you get to be so funny? Both you and this author both are absolutely hilarious. Almost as much as me. No, you're not kidding, Aiden. You're hilarious too. You appreciate your Mochi. Ellie, you make me laugh. You're funny. So it's either that you're funny or that I have a bad sense of humor. And no one is insulting my sense of humor. So that leaves only one possible option. Mochi is also super cool. Well, Cat. I also know who else is super cool. Pika! And you, Cat. Also, hi, Pika. How are you doing? Did I ever tell you the title says Chris Stamps? I knew that. I knew that! I knew that! Also, hi, Pika. Oh, hey! Pika was also just chatting recently. Now, I know that he was doing reactions to the direct as well. Pika, you grinch. Hi, Nacho! Pika, Pikachu! Nacho! Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Christmas. No, it's okay, and it's funny that way. It's funny. Actually, you know what? It's funnier this. Oh wait, actually, it's funnier this way. I'm keeping it. Yeah, Smelly is here. Smelly is here. Ah, man, everyone's here now. Man, this is great. Ah! We're all here to enjoy the really hilarious fanfic. Gotta commit. It's part of the lore now. You got Yep. I got it. Commit. I don't make the rules. That's just how it works. It's how it works. Anyway. For those who just joining in, we're reading a romance fanfic that's really hilarious. It's a humor romance fanfic. And, so basically, this girl has a crush on a boy. And this boy, from what she can tell, has a crush on the girl's alter ego. So she gave him a VIP ticket for Christmas to one of her shows. And he doesn't know that she's the one that's doing the show. And they hold a rigged lottery to have it so that he would win. And so he can meet her backstage. And he did win, but he gave his ticket to a couple of girls who are now in the waiting room, and now her crazy stylist is trying to salvage the effort that she put into this. Yeah, her stylist is crazy. The stylist is actually crazy, which we shall see in the next couple seconds as I repeat this one paragraph. Actually, you know what? I'll go back a bit just to give you more a sense just how crazy she is. Sensing an aggressive level of determination from the crazed stylist, Yancy felt the need to try and stop her before she did anything drastic. Excuse me a minute, girls, she said before running after the older woman and catching her by the wrist. Miss Dona, it's okay. I appreciate you wanting to help me, but you really have done enough. Let's just let this one go. Oh, what? You just gonna let that boy get away after everything I've done to throw you two together? I don't think so, her self-appointed matchmaker asserted. This is just a minor setback, but you know what they say, it ain't over till the fat lady breaks the camel's back. I don't think that's quite how the saying goes. Oh, you're right. Now what was it again? Oh yeah, it ain't over till the fat lady catches the wine. Yancy face-palmed. Sings, she corrected. Huh? The actual saying goes, it ain't over till the fat lady sings! Sings? Why that don't make no sense? Who taught that fat lady how to sing? I like my versions better. Miss Dona scoffed and looked ahead towards the stairs leading down to the lobby, where the sound of the dispersing crowds vacating the building could be heard. Anyways, whilst we standing here yakking about them fat ladies and the singing, worm catching and camel breaking, that boy could be giving us the slip already. You get back in the room and find a way to quickly show off them midgets in there, and I'll go catch that dweeb before he gets away. Before Yancy could get another word in, the crazed woman was rushing down the flight of stairs, tripping at some point halfway and tumbling violently down the rest of the steps to the bottom. But, in her unrelenting determination, immediately pulled herself back to her feet and continued charging aggressively into the crowds with a loud war cry that earned herself many a curious glance from every passerby. Leaving the baffled teen standing awkwardly at the top of the staircase, wondering why her employers couldn't have just hired her a more normal stylist whose only concern over her was getting her hair and makeup done before a big show. Not wishing to keep the little girls waiting, or be seen in her underdressed state out in public with a bow wrapped suggestively around her bare leg, she reluctantly left the hyperactive woman to carry out her own designs and returned hastily to her room. The security guard stationed outside offered no comment or reaction to any of it. He was quite used to witnessing, without question, all kinds of weirdness with Miss Dona around. The girl stared curiously at Yancy upon her return. What was that all about? The elder asked. It's nothing. Yancy reassured as she shut the door behind her and hastily threw her shawl back over her shoulders again, now that she no longer had any reason to be without it. She then reached into her vanity drawer and took out the 2 matching swan pendants she had recently received from her admirers before turning to face the girls again with a bright smile. Anyway, who wants a Christmas present? Okay. Yeah, I was about to finish the chapter before Ellie was so kind to bless us with her and her community's presence. But yeah, Miss Donna, she let's just say that she has like a -3 modifier to intelligence. It seems. But hey, you can't deny that she has the amount of determination that would put Frisk to shame. So, at least she has that. You're Loki glad she fell down the stairs. Oh, man. The slapstick, man, the slapstick. All right, well, anyway. Chapter 8, The Manhunt. After all, Miss Donna is not gonna just let it sit quietly. Time itself seemed to have taken a holiday this season, as Nate stood in line waiting for his turn to use the restroom. That large root beer he had consumed earlier was really taking its toll on his bladder now, but the single restroom at this place, for some inconceivable reason, only allowed for one occupant at a time. Couldn't they just install separate men's and women's rooms that each had multiple toilets throughout several individual stalls? You know, like how literally every other modern building this size does these days? Realizing he was going to be here a while yet, the bushy-haired boy heaved a sigh and began to scroll through his cross-transceiver to pass the time and drown out the sounds of the chattering crowds around him, including the sound of that loud voice of some unknown woman with a strong Castilian accent shouting someone down in the background. Hey, you! The dweeb in the jacket! No, not you! That other dweeb over there! Yo! Are you deaf, man? I'm talking to you! Paying no mind to the unfamiliar voice of this noisy weirdo and whoever it was she was calling out to, he continued to mind his own business and idly scrolled through his list of contacts to see if one person in particular happened to be online at the moment. Looks like Yancy isn't available yet, he thought to himself as he stared down at the inactive name tag on his cross-transceiver screen. Thinking back to how his previous conversation with her was abruptly cut short before he could make his intended proposition, he was very much hoping he would still have the chance to speak to her again before this evening was through. As he closed his list of contacts, the image on his screen was replaced with that of his cross-transceiver's current backdrop wallpaper, a picture of a Caldeo striking a resolute pose, which the boy stared discontentedly at for a moment. Nate then opened up his list of previously selected wallpapers and gazed with a fond smile at the image that he had previously been using as his backdrop up until Hugh had humiliatingly called him out for it in front of Yancy. Thinking it over for but a moment, he soon decided that he really didn't care about what anyone would say about his wallpaper choice and contentedly sent his treasured image as his backdrop once again as before. No sooner than he had saved the changes to his device's settings, the boy found himself abruptly seized by the arm. Nearly jumping out of his skin, the startled teen turned around to find himself suddenly standing face to face with an abomination so terrifying that his first thought was that this could only be some kind of demon from hell. Yikes! Also, have I had the auto-character thing open for that long? Okay. I guess that had to happen eventually. She's not there with Harley yet, but she definitely is where Tucker is on the list. You know, I can kind of see it. Except I would put her above Tucker. Because at least she's funny. You know? But anyway. However, before he had the chance to throw holy water on the alleged demon, he realized it was actually just some woman wearing way too much makeup. Hey, you listening to me or ain't ya? She huffed impatiently in her Castilian accent. I didn't go through all the trouble of hunting you down just to be ignored, so learn to pay an ear when a lady's talking to you. You hear, son? Nate stared dumbfounded at the strange lady standing before him with a million questions running through his mind. Who is this weirdo? Why was she talking to him? What did she mean by hunting him down? Is wearing that much makeup even legal? Does she actually think that makes her look attractive somehow? Is a Squirtle without its shell naked or homeless? What does that last question even have to do with anything? Of course, in the spur of the moment, you could only ask one, so he went with the most logical question of all to sum up all his thoughts. What? The noisy woman, who, of course, was none other than Miss Donna, rolled her eyes and crossed her arms with a scoff. Of all the simps that girl has buzzing around her to choose from, she just had to go for a dense one, she muttered under her breath, though not nearly quite enough to go unheard. I beg your pardon, ma'am? asked confused Nate, having no clue who or what this lady was talking about. You the one who won the lotto drawing to Nancy's Carol? Miss Donna asked him bluntly, baffling the boy even more. Huh? Yeah, that was me. But yeah, that was me. Though I gave my winning ticket away to some kids on the way out.
And why the dipsy doodling cow pie would you do that dumb thing like that?
In the eccentric woman in an ear-splitting volume, briefly dropping her calm facade and allowing the frustration of having the perfect setup she conducted, be thwarted by some spontaneous act of charity to show, before she quickly regained her composure again.
I mean, that was a very gentlemanly thing you did back there. In fact, Nancy was oh so touched to hear about your selfless act of charity that she sent me to come find you so she can repay you proper for being so sticking nice to those random kiddos you just met.
Now, Nate was even more puzzled, but for a different set of reasons than before.
Uh-huh.
But that was only, what, 6 or 7 minutes ago? When were we able to hear about that, identify the original ticket holder, and then track me down in that short of time?
Oh, we got our ways,
said Miss Donna, cryptically with a wave of her hand. Of course, she had already seen his photo more than once, due to her tendency to constantly pry into Yancy's personal business, so she had no problem recognizing the boy's face to track him down, despite this being the first time she'd ever met him for herself. But as far as Nate was aware, he was completely unbeknownst to Nancy and her staff, so the thought of being so easily traced like this for simply being in possession of a concert ticket left him feeling quite concerned, or just how closely monitored the common man in today's digitized society must really be. That was a mouthful of a sentence. Dang it, Nate, where does Squirrel get involved in that situation? Oh, yeah, I know, right? Before he could say another word, however, the mysterious woman grabbed him by the wrist and, without waiting for any consent, immediately pulled him along through the crowds.
Now then, as a reward for you giving up your first chance to meet with her, Nancy's invited you to come and have another chance to meet her.
Wait a minute! What? The baffled boy tried to object, but found himself being tugged forward at full sprint.
At this time, it's non-transferable, so come on and let's get you up to our room right away. It's rude to keep a lady waiting, you know.
I lost my place here.
Can I at least pee first? I have been waiting in line for a while now.
Well, of course you have been, scoffed Miss Donna, as she continued to drag him along, not slowing in the slightest.
What do you expect me to decide to light up for the family restroom instead of how the main one's on the other end of the hall over there? Everybody knows the lines for that small thing always takes longer.
Huh? The main restrooms? Nate looked back in the distance and, sure enough, realized that there were indeed 2 other restrooms, each large enough to offer separate toilet stalls for multiple occupants to be able to use one at a time, designated for men and women respectively, with people freely entering and exiting with no waiting lines. It was at that moment the boy deduced himself to be an idiot.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you. Thank you. I do my best.
It's basically just my Meowth accent, only I think more on steroids a little bit.
This music is so good. Yeah, it's Kingdom Hearts music.
Well, okay, the other music is also Fire Emblem Fates music and Fire Emblem Awakening music.
But the music that just played was Kingdom Hearts music.
And it was such...
I must have played the song like 3 times for like some really funny crap to just happen.
And boy,
boy, is it just fitting. I love it. I love it. Nate really liked me for real, for real. I know.
We are all Nate on this blessed day. Alright, but anyway. Nate has been captured. What now? Yancy found her time with the little girls to be quite enjoyable. They were at least as thrilled to receive the Swana pendants offered to them as Yancy was pleased to see these gifts go to someone who they would actually mean something special. Or to whom they would actually mean something special. Although she always did feel a little guilty about not keeping the gifts she constantly received from her fans, she hoped that if those admirers of hers who had sent her those pendants could see the smiles they put on these girls' faces, they would be pleased too with how their gifts were used, and maybe even be inspired to start redirecting their generous donations to people who actually have need of such charity instead of wasting their money on rich celebrities like herself. She and the girls talked for a while, took a few photos together, with many involving making silly faces into the camera, rolled on the floor making snow angels in the scattered rose petals Miss Dona had previously spread about, an idea that Yancy had proposed in order to get out of having to answer the questions as to why she had petals all over the floor in the first place, and crafted flower wreath tiaras that are the remaining camellias still intact in the vase, which the little girls wore proudly upon their heads on their way out. They could not stick around for more than 15 minutes, as their mother and father were still waiting outside for them, but both they and Yancy all made a treasured memory in their short time together. There's something almost magical about the innocence of children that was like a refreshing ray of sunshine to the pink-haired teen breaking through that dark storm of concupiscence that seemed to dominate this world so much of the time. Now, if only her own younger siblings can learn to be so sweet and innocent as well. Yancy waved goodbye to the girls and smiled fondly as they ran excitedly back to their parents, eager to show them their new pendants and flower wreaths from their favorite singer. Maybe I should end all my concerts with an actual lotto drawing like this from now on, she thought to herself as she watched the beaming girls as they began to tell their parents all about their meeting with Yancy before they even had a chance to set foot out the next door. However, she quickly dismissed that idea the instant she thought about the other types of fans she had a tendency to attract. Being constantly hit on through fan mail was irritating enough already, and she certainly had no desire to give such perverts the chance to come out and hit on her in person. Closing the door to her room behind her, the pink-haired teen lazily plopped herself down on the sofa, pleased to finally get to unwind after a long and fairly stressful day, and decided she could probably change back into her regular outfit now, since it was very unlikely that Miss Dona would have actually been able to track Nate down before he exited the building. She had but removed her shawl before looking down again at that stupid bow around her bare leg. Thank heaven the girls never thought to inquire about that while they were here. That Miss Dona had made her wear to look more seductive for Nate. Chuckling now in amusement over the whole cringeworthy scenario that had thankfully never come to pass, she began to try to undo the knot to remove the silly thing, but was abruptly startled by a sudden voice in her ear.
World's coolest stylist of Fancy Nancy! World's coolest stylist of Fancy Nancy! Over!
Oh, what now? Yancy looked around in brief shock before realizing she was still wearing her earpiece from the concert, which Miss Dona was apparently using to page her now. Probably just calling to report that she couldn't find Nate after all. She thought drowsily to herself as she turned on the mic to reply. I hear you, Miss Dona, and it really isn't necessary to use those weird nicknames. On that, I'm willing to agree to disagree, answered the eccentric stylist over the device. But that's just besides the point. I'm calling in to report that the target is now in range and ready to mingle. Yancy yawned sleepily, barely hearing what was said to her. Oh, don't worry about it. You've already... Wait a minute. What? Meanwhile, in the hall leading up to the teen celebrity's door, Miss Dona stood with a tablet between her hands that had all the controls for the girls' dressing room fully installed onto it as she spoke into her headset. That's right! I got your man right here at your door as we speak, she said proudly as she glanced over the Nate, who was currently being frisked by the security guard a few paces away, before looking back into the tablet screen at the sight of Yancy already seated upon the sofa, beneath the mistletoe in her underdressed state as before. And I see you already shoot out to kiddos and are still dressed to impress as I left you, eh? Good girl! I admit I was a little worried I'd have to pep talk you back into it all over again, but I see your head's still in the game yet! All sense of sleepiness had completely vanished from the panicked girl as she looked frantically at herself and then around the room, trying to figure out how in the world the crazed stylist already knew the current state of how she was presently dressed. She then noticed the newly installed camera discreetly placed across the sofa where she sat, which somehow didn't even surprise her to see at this point. Of course Miss Dona would go so far as to have a hidden camera installed just for this. Hold on a second here! She tried to protest with various objections running through her mind, though one in particular was especially urgent. Please tell me this isn't going on the internet! Oh, he's coming in now, said Miss Dona in a hushed tone into the device as she watched the security guard give Nate the okay to enter. Now you just get your floaty self into position like I showed you and leave the mood fixing to me. Don't worry, I'll be here to instruct you through your earpiece just like your director does when you're on stage, so you don't goof it. Before Nancy could object, the lights in her room suddenly dimmed as Miss Dona turned on the dial on her tablet's control app outside. She swallowed a lump in her throat as a gentle knock rapped at her door. Come in, was all she could say now, hoping her nervousness wasn't too obvious in her voice. Wait, I could have sworn this song was here. Oh, there we go. The door slowly opened, and the slow jazz music started up on the stereo once more as an unsure Nate stepped awkwardly into the room, still trying to wrap his head around how he ended up here himself. His wide eyes landed in disbelief on the underdressed girl seated upon the sofa, surrounded by red petals spread across the floor in the romantic lighting, with a bow wrapped suggestively around her leg as if it were a present to be unwrapped. Everything seemed so far-fetched and surreal that only one thought filled his mind. What in the world is even happening? As he stood frozen, like a deerling caught in the headlights, his face slowly assuming the color of a ripened tomato, a long and awkward being the only sound he could bring himself to utter as his brain seemed to blow a fuse trying to process whether or not what he was seeing was real. Yancy sat just as stiff in her seat and uncertain how to act in the situation as he. A moment of awkward silence passed between the two of them without either party moving a muscle. What you think you're doing, girl? Barked the voice of Miss Dona through Yancy's earpiece, snapping the girl out of her timid daze. That ain't the way I showed ya! Get your Floyd on already! Deeming her only option to go through with it now, though not entirely certain just what exactly it was that she was even trying to do anymore, the teen celebrity decided to commit herself to do what was presently expected of her and stifled the many conscientious objections in her heart telling her otherwise. Well, here goes nothing. Putting on her best effort to conceal any sign of nervousness, and reminding herself that she was no longer Yancy in this moment, but only Nancy, she positioned herself confidently in her seat with her bare leg on full display and, giving the boy the most flirtatious look she could muster, greeted him in a seductive tone of voice. Hey there, good looking. Enjoy the show today? If the ceiling were to suddenly collapse on her and strike her dead where she sat, she would have greatly appreciated it right about now. Jazz music, yeah! Ah, the fragrance of dark coffee. I love this song. From Ace Attorney 3. Ah, it's so good! Oh, I forgot that I wrote a note like that. Your boyfriend, you're playing through? No, let's go! Oh! What case are you on? 3-1? 3-2? 3-3? Later than that? I'm not gonna spoil any. I'm gonna spoil how many cases there are. Okay, 3-2? Okay. Oh, that's the mask-to-mask case, isn't it? I believe that's the mask-to-mask case. Oh yeah, the first one is so good. Okay, Kat, seriously, Ace Attorney 3 is like one of the best Ace Attorney games out there. It used to be my favorite up until the Great Ace Attorney came out on the Switch, which you need to play that as well. Collectively, the Great Ace Attorney is probably my favorite, but Trials and Tribulations was up there for so long that it's just it really is. It is absolutely great. Now, that's not to say that the rest of the Ace Attorney games are bad or anything, because no, they are good too. Especially Spirit of Justice, which I do highly recommend you play. It's just, there's something very special about Trials and Tribulations. And boy, what if I tell you it gets even better, Kat? That is all I can say. You'll have to send me your reactions as you play, because I live for that crud. I live for that crud. Anyway. You want to play Investigations? Oh, I need to play Investigations 2. I played a little bit of the fan translation before it actually got officially localized. And I need to get the second one. I hear Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is really, really good, though. Honestly, Ace Attorney Investigations 1 is my least favorite in the series. But I've heard Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is so good. So I still need to play that. Absolutely. Alright, well, anyway. Chapter 9. Awkward Date. Also, send my regards to your boyfriend. I hope he is doing great. And yes, Mia is the GOAT, for real, for real. And your friend played the Edgeworth one, it looked fun. Also, Edgeworth is such a great GOAT character. Yes, he is great. Edgeworth is a really GOAT character. And, you know, I mean, it is still a good game. It's just my least favorite. Something I'd still recommend that people play, even if only to, get into, Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Which I actually do hear is genuinely really good. So I really do need to. I do need to play that. Actually, I need to play the Ace Attorney 6 DLC too. I played a little bit of that, didn't finish it. I need to get back into it. Still have not been spoiled on it. Actually, I just need to replay a bunch of the games. Maybe I'll do it for Mochi Storytime someday. Maybe I will do that. Eyes emoji. And he's doing well. I'm glad to hear that. Currently doing an internship before he finishes his He's getting a master's? Yo! My respect for him shot up even more. He sounds great. Wait, actually, no. Wait, you may have told me that he's getting his master's. Did you say he's doing it in computer science? Yeah, for computer science. Yeah. Maybe you did mention it. Okay. Ah, that's so cool. Your program's so cool. And he plays Spoon! Thanks for being a caller! Anyway. Chapter 9. Awkward Date. Yancy didn't know what she was doing anymore, nor even what she was supposed to be doing. But whatever it was, all she knew was that it just felt so wrong. While she may have, on occasion, acted only very slightly flirtatious towards Nate in her own subtle way, Melly just playfully teasing him with flattering remarks about what a wonderful person he is, or dropping a few perky comments here and there about how much she particularly treasures his companionship and particularly longs to spend more time together, hoping he might eventually take the hint. But never in her life had she been the type to just straight out hit on someone. To actually find herself in her current situation, seated provocatively under mistletoe and openly hitting on her best friend like some kind of cunt-efficient fool, she felt she just hit a new low that would make even those hot-headed admirers of hers constantly vying for attention with insincere words and gifts beyond their budget look noble by comparison. She really was no better than them at this point. But if Nate was truly as infatuated with Yancy as Hugh had said, then being hit on by his celebrity crush should be like a dream come true to him, right? That alone, she told herself, was what made the situation different. Whenever her own admirers were hitting on her, they were all doing as they wanted, while utterly disregarding how she would feel about their own undignified behavior. But the only reason she was now allowing herself, no, not herself, but rather her celebrity persona, to hit on Nate is because this is what he wanted. And so she could assure herself that she was acting not only in consideration towards his feelings, but even in submission to them. Even at the cost of her own dignity. As before, during her time on the stage, she made sure to maintain a specific tone of voice as she spoke that was close enough to her natural one, to not sound disguised, but with a bit of extra perkiness to keep it from being too easily recognized as the voice of Yancy. "Won't you come take a seat?" she said alluringly to the boy, like a siren calling to a lovesick sailor, as she gestured an invitation towards the cushion beside her on the sofa. A seductive smile on her face betrayed the panicked thoughts rushing endlessly through her mind as she continued to question her own actions. She wasn't exactly sure herself where she was going with this, where she even intended for it to go, but she desperately hoped and prayed that it wouldn't end up going too far. Nate, however, did not immediately jump to accept the offer. His eyes darted rapidly from the girl before him, to the mistletoe above her, to the girl again, and to every direction around the room in disbelief. Still uncertain how he wound up here in the celebrity's private quarters, and skeptical as to whether this was actually happening or if he was just experiencing some kind of inexplicable trick of his mind. That's alright. I'm good with standing," he said at last, finally bringing himself to speak, but locking his gaze firmly to the wall to his left, as if trying to convince himself that he was just too distracted at the moment by this oh-so-interesting wall to even notice that his celebrity crush was clearly trying to flirt with him out of the blue. It's quite amazing just how interesting a blank wall could suddenly become at the spur of a moment. Seeing the boy's nervousness helped Yancy feel a little bit more at ease with herself. She'd never seen this shy side of him until now, and couldn't help but find it endearing. "Oh, no need to be so shy. Please, come and sit and chat," she said with a little more confidence as he patted the cushion beside her insistently. At her persistence, Nate slowly and hesitantly stepped forward and, still diverting his eyes away from her, quietly took a seat on the opposite end of the small sofa, cramming himself awkwardly against the armrest in order to leave as much space between himself and the object of his affection as possible. Now that she had successfully convinced him to come sit with her, Yancy once again had no idea what she was supposed to do next. Point out the overhanging mistletoe and try to kiss him? No! Ugh, wait, that's not, okay, sorry. Okay, that wasn't Miss Donut talking, sorry. Or either that or Yancy all of a sudden got a Castilian accent. You might have, mostly because it adds a year of long distance Sag. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Cat. But hey, just stay connected, and it's easier than you might think. I mean, it's still hard, don't get me wrong, but you'd be surprised how resilient people can be, especially when they have, loved ones to look forward to, Anyway. Where was I? I lost my place here a little bit. Okay. Now that she had successfully convinced him to come and sit with her, Yancy once again had no idea what she was supposed to do next. Point out the overhanging mistletoe and try to kiss him? No way! Not appropriate! An awkward silence passed between the two teens, both unsure how to act around the other and sweating bullets like a machine gun in the hands of some trigger-happy panpour. Neither dared to look at the other directly as they sat together on the narrow love seat with less than a foot of space between them, surrounded by rose petals on the floor, seductive saxophone music coming from the stereo in the background, and mistletoe hanging conspicuously overhead as if beckoning them to kiss like some hormone-driven maniacs, which would be an especially awkward prompt to comply with, seeing how, as far as Nate was aware, they were only just meeting for the first time and he hadn't even given her his name yet. The silence was at last broken, not by either of the anxious adolescents finally figuring out something to say or do, but by the voice of Miss Donna impatiently barking orders into Yancy's earpiece yet again.
Come on, Goyle! Show your next move already! I didn't arrange all this just for the two of you to have a quiet couch-sitting party!
It's always nice to meet a fan, said the pink-haired lass to the boy beside her, breaking the awkward silence and initiating conversation with her favorite fan. Perhaps, in the very least, she could use this opportunity to learn more about his interest in her celebrity persona, just how much his affection for Nancy differed from what he had for Yancy. How long have you been following my work, if I may ask? Oh, well, actually, Nate said hesitantly as he scratched the back of his head. He glanced sideways at the girl looking expectantly back at him before turning his eyes in the opposite direction towards the wall again and answered, somewhat sheepishly, I only just heard of you a few weeks ago. Wait, seriously? Yancy's face fell. Given how deeply infatuated with her celebrity persona Nate had appeared to be when she had found out about his crush on her, Yancy had assumed it to have been based upon a long-held admiration that gradually grew into attraction. But did he really just fall for Nancy that quickly? After all this time that he had been acquainted with her true self, speaking to her nearly every day, was apparently never once able to see in her anything more than a platonic friend, he managed to fall head over heels in love with what to him should have been just seen as just some superficial bimbo singing on stage within just a few measly weeks? Oh, I see. Then you're a new fan, are you? How exciting, said the distraught lass, concealing her shock and disappointment behind a forced smile to the best of her ability. So when was your first exposure to my work? Sometime late November, perhaps? Or maybe closer to October when my last single was dropped? About mid-December, I guess, Nate answered with a shy shrug. After your concert's posters started popping up everywhere. Wait. Seriously? The teen celebrity went suddenly silent, processing what was said to her. The only response she could now offer as she sat staring at the boy beside her, a forced smile still plastered hard upon her face, was an involuntary twitch of her eye. Had someone held a stethoscope to her head, they could perhaps hear the fuses in her brain blowing right about now. Recalling that day she had found Nate shopping so devotedly for some gift he hoped to send to his celebrity crush, which occurred less than a week after the concert was first announced, Yancy realized now that he could have only just heard of Nancy a mere few days prior to that event at most. Did he just watch a single performance of hers, become instantly infatuated, then immediately decide to head out and find a gift to schmooze this random singer with? To think that that was all it took for her best friend and love interest to sooner give his affection to some superficial celebrity whom he had only just heard of, and to hear her real self he spent so much time with? It was the final nail in the coffin for whatever once remained of her self-esteem. Was Yancy truly that far inferior to Nancy? Several of Miss Donna's words from earlier began to rapidly replay in the dejected world's mind, as if taunting her for being so slow to realize just how willfully naive she had been all this time.
Just why do you think this boy's never seen the real Yancy, as you say, as nothing more than a friend, even though he's head over heels for Nancy, who looks exactly the same? Keep in mind how easy it was for him to fall for the ladder, and remember, the next Goyle that catches his eye like that probably ain't gonna be another alter ego of yours. What's it matter if it's Nancy or Yancy this boy is the hots for? It's still you either way. Men ain't got no interest in dating a shy gal who acts like a goody two-shoes or only dresses according to her daddy's approval. You wanna get the boys, you got to put on some confidence, show some skin, and be a rebel. Be a floidy-doity rebel. You already know he's got it bad for you, so it ain't like he's running any risk of rejection here. You gotta get comfortable with wearing less clothes, and with rebelling against them sheltering parents yours from time to time. If you ever hope to have a good love life, it's all just part of growing up.
For as much as the young teen still hated to admit it, it seemed she could no longer deny that her true self really was just too plain and innocent for Nate's affections after all. If she was ever going to be loved as anything more than a platonic friend in this world, perhaps she really was going to have to forgo her innocence and learn to appeal to man's concupiscence.
I lost my place. Never mind, I lied. I found it.
Sorry, Dad. She thought to herself as she concluded what she must now do. No, you wouldn't approve of this, but I don't know what else I'm supposed to do anymore. Throwing aside all reluctance, the young pop star regained her composure and resumed her flirtatious act with newfound commitment. Mid-December, you say? My, then you really are a recent fan. I think that you'd so quickly go on be drawn as my first ever lotto winner and your first ever attendance to one of my performances. She suddenly scooted a little closer to the boy seated beside her, leaned ever so slightly into his personal space, and spoke softly into his ear in a cutesy manner. Why, this meeting almost seems like fate! Wouldn't you agree? Nate said nothing, but replied only with a slight hum, trying to act as though he, in his supposed moment of distraction, hadn't quite heard what she had said, nor taken notice of her close proximity, as his gaze remained firmly glued to the wall opposite of the flirtatious girl beside him. He apparently really liked that wall now. It was a nice wall.
Got to see who's finally getting your head in the game now, hun, said the pleased voice of Miss Donna over Yancy's earpiece. But this boy clearly don't have the confidence yet to flight back like he wants to, so he's have to be more direct with him to show him he's got that green light from you. Spice it up, Goyle!
Now, this was certainly an ironic play of events. Whenever the two teens would hang out in the usual fashion, it was typically always Yancy who had the shy tendencies, while Nate would sweetly invite her to break down that wall of insecurities and open herself up to him. But now it was him who had been seized with shyness and couldn't even bring himself to look at her in the eye. Seeing his nervousness, the girl wondered if she may be coming onto him a little too fast and straightforward. Straighten up to allow him some space again. So I heard from those little girls that were just here about what you did for them, she said tamely to ease him with conversation. I thought that was really sweet of you to just give away your winning tickets to some little kids you didn't even know like that. When I heard about the kindness you showed them, I knew I just had to repay it somehow. Nothing warms a girl's heart more than a random act of kindness towards a stranger, you know? It really wasn't that big of a deal, said Nate with a shrug, still too shy to look upon his crush. I just figured it'd mean more to them than it would me, so, yeah. In a way, the pink-haired lass found it somewhat fascinating to have... Okay, sorry. I looked at my place a lot because I'm wanting to make sure this part's perfect. I know Nate's really like me for real. I love walls. Oh, yeah. Boy, I was like that when I had a crush 2 years ago. Cat, you remember. You remember how bad I had it. How I would have a hard time making eye contact when she was on stream. Oh boy, I remember those days. Me currently. Yeah. True. But it's okay. It's okay. Been there, done that. You can do it. I believe in you. Okay, now I have to find my place again. Okay. In a way, the pink-haired lass found it somewhat fascinating to have their places on the confidence spectrum so drastically reversed like this. And it admittedly felt kind of satisfying to see for herself the sort of effect she could have on him as the object of his affection. Though at the same time, it was also quite disheartening. The fact that she had never seen the shy side of him before throughout all the time she had spent with him as Yancy only further confirmed to her that Nancy truly was the only one of her two identities worthy of his affections. And so she had to embrace that superior identity with full commitment. Just so you know, she said to him with reddening cheeks and a somewhat seductive tone building up in her voice again. I happen to have a bit of a soft spot for selfless guys who don't think twice about putting the happiness of children before their own. She waited with bated breath to see how the boy would react to the obviously flirtatious words that she could hardly believe were coming so plainly from her own mouth. But he only continued to feign obliviousness and stare all the more intently at the wall in silence to hide his fluster. Has it been mentioned already that it was a really nice wall?
Sheesh, this boy takes even longer to make this move than that dumb Python I tried to school at chess!
Miss Donut complained.
Scap in his face and say it already!
With a quick nod of understanding towards the hidden camera for her stylist turned love coach to see, the teen celebrity leaned closer to the boy beside her once again and continued, speaking seductively into his ear. And of course, having such a handsome face certainly doesn't hurt things either. Dare I say it? I think you may just be my type. There she said it. She had actually said those absurdly bold words aloud to a boy who, as far as he was aware, she had only just met. And although one wouldn't be able to tell by the composed countenance she had somehow managed to maintain, she was inwardly cringing to hear herself make such an obnoxious pass at her best friend like that. She knew she would never be able to retract that statement now. At least she could be sure that there would be no need to, as such words, for as cringeworthy as they may be, were exactly what any love-struck teenage boy longs to hear from a celebrity crush. They couldn't have been more overjoyed! Right? Well, okay, crud. I am I kind of switched to the wrong tab in a different window. That's not good. That is not good. You're dying, though. No. No, you're living. You're living. No, we call that living with style. It's not dying. It's living with style. That's how that works, right? I'm going to shut up now. Indeed. His eyes widened, his ears perked up as the girl of his dreams did the unthinkable and told him plainly, under the mistletoe no less, that she was attracted to him. At last, he slowly turned his gaze away from the distractions of that ever so engrossing wall he had been so utterly fascinated with, towards the beautiful celebrity beside him to meet her eyes with his own. Yes, those deep brown eyes that would always look upon her, even as plain Yancy, with such tenderness in his countenance as though he were gazing upon the most precious thing in the world. Those eyes that, whenever she would look into them, always seemed to have a way of reassuring her that she was loved and valued even without recognition towards her celebrity persona. Time seemed to suddenly stand still within that split second of seeing his eyes begin to turn towards her, and the lass quickly found an overwhelming sense of excitement fall over her as it now occurred to her what she was about to see in them this time. Those eyes could always carry and convey such an incredible amount of affection in their glance, even for someone whom he was already seen as a platonic friend. And how much more so must they hold for the one whom he actually loves? Her heart fluttered rapidly at the thought, and for a brief instant, she actually found herself growing glad that Miss Donna had set her up on this whole shenanigan. And now their eyes had met. With barely 2 inches of space between the teens' faces, Yancy found that she had been leaning even closer to the boy's space than she had initially realized and could feel the warmth of his breath brushing against her as she instinctively held her own without noticing. The look that she held in his eyes was unlike anything she had anticipated, as were the words that came forth from his lips. Let me guess. You know who I am, don't you? Sighed Nate dryly, with an unamused, fairly annoyed look in his eye. Uh-huh. The astonished girl found herself in an utter loss of words at the unexpected reaction, which was most certainly not the kind of reaction one has towards something that he is pleased with. Before she could process his response, the boy whose space he had clearly violated had straightened up in his seat, lightly pushed her to the back of her own side of the sofa with his hand and looked her dead in the eye with obvious disapproval. "Oh, look, Nancy, was it?" he said with a respectful but clearly peeved tone of voice. "Not to be disrespectful here, but like I said, I gave my winning ticket to those little girls because I thought it was only fair that it should go to someone who would actually mean something to, rather than it being wasted on someone like me, who couldn't care less about meeting someone I had only just recently heard about. The only reason I even came here into your room in the first place was at your staff's insistence. But now you're kinda making me uncomfortable with your flirty behavior and this whole bizarrely romantic atmosphere you've got set up here. Now, if you just want to chat like civilized human beings, sure, I don't mind taking some time to make a new acquaintance, but you're just gonna sit here and try to hit on me like some sentient pile of hormones? I'll have you know I am not that kind of guy, and you're just wasting both your time and mine." Yancy was taken aback by this response, though she was not the only one.
What the hippie hop hootaloo just happened there? That wasn't on a script,
said the dumbfounded voice of Miss Dona in her earpiece. The pink-haired lass could only stare in shock. Stare in shock at the boy beside her as her baffled brain tried to reboot. This was definitely not the kind of response she would expect from a love-struck fan who is finally indulged by the object of his infatuation. "You mean you're not infatuated with me?" she said at last, though not intentionally out loud. Although he was typically the polite sort, even Nate couldn't help but roll his eyes at hearing such a ridiculous-sounding question. "What? You mean you seriously just assume that every guy in the world must automatically have an irresistible desire to get with you? No offense, but that really sounds like a record level of narcissism right there." Having made an absolute fool of herself and realizing what a stupid mess she had gotten herself into, the female pop star was thrown into a panic fluster. Sorry, that's not what I meant. I just thought you said... I mean, I told that you were in love with... No, wait, that's not what I meant to... She stammered unintelligibly, unable to think clearly enough to come up with an explanation or form a sentence.
"Oh, come on, don't go blowing this after all I did to set you up," said Miss Dona, beginning to fall into a panic herself. "Hang in there. Maybe a change of background music will set the romantic mood for you in there. Aha! Here's one title I love you. That ought to do it."
With a few taps on her tablet, the stylist switched the stereo's music from the slow saxophone tune that was previously playing to something she hoped would be even more romantic.
I love you, you love me. We're a happy family.
Sang the iconic voice of a popular purple dinosaur from a renowned children's show, puzzling the teens into an awkward silence. With an embarrassed grin on her reddened face, Yancy had awkwardly reached for the stereo's remote on the side table and hastily turned it off.
"Well, that ain't what I thought it was," admitted an equally surprised Miss Dona. "Why do I even have these Bonnie the Dinosaur tracks on my playlist anyhow?"
Okay, I lost my place again. Although tempted to comment on whatever that was that had just happened with the stereo, Nate opted to let that one pass unacknowledged, as he currently had other questions of greater priority regarding something the female officer had just said in her fluster. "So, hold on a second here," he said to her with a raised brow. "Did you just say someone told you that I was in love with you?" Now Yancy was really panicked.
"What? No, I wasn't told you were in love with anyone,"
she hastily ejected with a face redder than a tomato and a cascade of sweat pouring down her head.
"I mean, who do I know who could have even told me anything about you? It's not like we have any mutual acquaintances, right? I Hey, is it hot in here?
If it were possible to die of sheer awkwardness, Yancy would have deemed she had just met her end. Although, to be honest, the idea of suddenly dropping dead actually didn't sound so bad right about now.
Stop your stuttering and keep it together, girl!
Miss Donna continued attempting to coach over the girl's earpiece, though it was utterly in vain at this point.
He's already under the mistletoe, probably unexpectedly making out with him and panicking. Maybe he'll get so distracted with reciprocating that he'll forget all about everything else. That's what I usually do at times like this in the movies. It always seems to work out somehow.
Eyeing the flustered girl with curiosity and confusion, and sensing that she was clearly trying to hide something that she had unintentionally just revealed, the bushy-haired boy held his chin in thought, as he considered the words she had blurted out in panic. Yeah, he said with a suspecting smirk beating form on his lips. So do you know who could have told you anything about me? There were only 2 people he knew who could have spread something about him allegedly having a crush on Yancy. And one of them bore a suspiciously strong resemblance to her. The flustered pop star could say nothing more. Defeated and too embarrassed to look at him, she hid her reddened face behind her hands to shield herself from the piercing gaze of the boy, giving her an all-knowing smile as if able to see straight into the most private depths of her soul. Okay, I think I'm beginning to see what's going on here, said the boy with an amused chuckle. Turning on the cross transceiver on his wrist, he then showed the flushed pop star beside him a familiar image on its screen, which was currently set as his backdrop. Now, if I may ask, would you care to explain to me your relationship with this lovely young lady here? The girl's eyes widened at the sight, for the image was none other than a commemorative photo of Nate and herself aboard the Rendezvous Ferris wheel, both smiling brightly into the camera together, with one of Nate's arms wrapped around Yancy's shoulder and the other out of view holding the camera, while she held in her arms the Jigglypuff she had just obtained from him in a trade, and on his shoulder perched the little routes from Hoenn that she had just traded him in return. The 2 of them had taken this photo together one day, right after trading Pokemon while hanging out at their favorite meetup place in Mombasa City's amusement park. Not only did Nate hold this memory he shared with her in high enough esteem to select as his wallpaper image, but he even had it cropped in a way that specifically seemed to place Yancy in the center of the frame. Come to think of it, didn't you mention something about Nate's wallpaper image depicting his alleged crush? Could that mean... Still, she didn't know if now was the time to confess to the fact that Yancy and Nancy were really the same person just yet. What makes you think I know this girl? She asked in a bluff, though her attempt at feigning ignorance was not very convincing at this point. I don't recall mentioning anyone named Yancy. Well, for one thing, I hadn't mentioned her name. Nate answered simply, prompting the girl to facepalm. Secondly, you have to admit that the resemblance is pretty uncanny, and the fact that she was able to so easily obtain a VIP ticket to your concert for me through her associations, and that Barry ticket just so happened to be the one to win you admitted to be the very first post-concert lotto drawing you ever held? Well, it all starts to seem just a little bit too coincidental to not raise any questions in the end. Silence befell the bashful pop star, though not the stylist coaching over her earpiece. Well, looks like the jig is up now. And now that that's out of the way, can we hurry up with the big unmasking formalities and move on to the good bit already? I've been trying to tell you that mistletoe ain't above me, just there for show. Anyway, said the laid-back lad as he leaned back and relaxed comfortably in his seat. Quite the contrast from how he had just been awkwardly cramming himself up against the edge not 5 minutes ago in a desperate attempt to put as much space between him and his flirtatious girl, who had been causing him much disquiet with her then overbearing behavior. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure by now that your real purpose of summoning me here wasn't so much because of a lotto drawing or an act of kindness towards some children, but more likely had something to do with a certain rumor that a certain someone had told you about me regarding you. Am I right? Maybe, the girl shyly admitted, now keeping her eyes glued to the wall just as Nate's had previously been. It certainly was a nice wall. Well, since you went through the trouble of going along with all this, I guess it's only fair I offer you an explanation as to how this whole rumor came about. Nate's demeanor changed from mirthful to somewhat remorseful as he spoke, for he was not unsympathetic towards the embarrassment he knew the misunderstanding must have caused the poor girl. And perhaps also an apology. I realize you've been put unfairly into a pretty awkward situation here yourself. These carrying words put Yancy back at ease a little, she was able to turn her eyes from the wall, in record time compared to how long it had previously taken Nate to do so, to meet his again, as she awaited to hear what he had to say. Seeing that she was listening with an interest, the bushy-haired boy closed his eyes in thought and continued with his explanation. So anyway, how we both ended up in this situation? I guess it all started a few weeks back when I was out doing some Christmas shopping with my friend Hugh. And that is the end of that chapter.
Iffy hot poodle and bro, I was looking forward to that part for so long. You have no idea how long I've had that Barney tab up, stored in my browser, just for that moment. Now I can finally close. Now I can finally close that tab and not have to use it anymore. Oh! You already know what I'm thinking.
What am I? What you know? I'm already thinking. That the next chapter is happening.
that was perfect. You literally laughed out loud, like full-blown cackle. Well, good. That makes up for the fact that it was really, really awkward for me to look that up, for me to Google that. I really wanted to commit to the bit, but at the same time, I was like, am I willing to go this far just for the bit? The answer is yes. Yes, I was willing to do that. As you can tell. All right, chapter 10. Nate's story. Mochi, I swear to Todd. Listen. You thought that it would have been weird, but always gotta go for the content. I mean, yes, that is true. That is true. And I am so glad I did. You thought it was gonna be a cliffhanger? Oh, no. Chapter 10. Nate's story. Oh, no worries.
The two boys wandered through the festively decorated avenues of the bustling mall, shopping bags in hand, or pausing at one of the plazas to check their lists and decide which of the many shops to visit next in the quest to pick out suitable Christmas gifts for their respective loved ones. Hugh had just purchased a cute Teddy Ursa plush for his little sister at their last stop, so that was one more name to cross off his list. But Nate, who was normally the better of the two at coming up with gift ideas, found himself struggling on one gift in particular this time around and didn't even know where to start looking. "There's a cosmetic shop up ahead," suggested his spiky-haired companion. "Sounds like the ideal place to shop for your girlfriend."
For the 1000th time, man, Yancy and I aren't dating,
Nate said with an eye roll. Hugh had been teasing him a lot about his relationship with the pink-haired girl lately, which the calmer boy would simply brush off most of the time. Although he could admit without shame that he was indeed very precious to him, and that he had nothing against the idea of his relationship potentially turning romantic one day in the future. But as things currently stood between them, no such thing had ever been so much as discussed with her thus far. And so these accusations of her being his girlfriend were groundless in his opinion. But nah, I'm pretty sure she's not the kind of girl who's interested in cosmetics. She doesn't even wear makeup. Or at least I haven't ever seen her wearing any throughout any of the times we've hung out. And we do hang out a lot. You could say that again, said Hugh with a roll of his own eyes. And yet, for all the time you spent around here, you still haven't figured it out yet. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing, I'll admit, said the bushy-haired boy, failing to catch what his friend was actually hinting at, and assuming he was only referring to what their current objective. I always think you know someone so well, until you start shopping for them. Hugh gave him a dry look. I wasn't talking about gift ideas. Then what did you mean?
Ah, nothing. But hey, what timing?
The spiky-haired boy said with a smirk as he caught sight of a certain advertisement poster on a nearby billboard, which he immediately pointed out to his clueless friend.
Check this out! Nancy's Christmas Carol, Unova's most famous pop singer, performing live this Christmas Eve.
Concert, huh? What about it? Asked a rather uninterested Nate. Not sure why this silly ad should even be worth their attention. Oh, I was just thinking, smirked Hugh, sagaciously, as he pointed at the teen pop star on the poster. Does this girl look like someone you know? Looking closer, the bushy-haired boy now realized what his friend was actually saying. Huh? Oh yeah, now you mention it, she looks a lot like Yancy. Yeah, a lot like her. I was supposed to even say she's exactly what Yancy might look like with makeup on, maybe. Hugh said with a somewhat infantile tone to his voice, although Nate didn't catch on. I guess next time I see her, I'll have to tease her about looking just like a celebrity. Chuckled the amused boy, returning his attention to the merchandise on display in the window of a nearby shop without any further thought on the subject. Anyhow, she mentioned before that she likes baking. You think a cookbook would be a little too dull for a gift? Giving his dense friend a brief look of disbelief, Hugh ignored the question and tried to turn his attention back to the girl on the poster again.
Oh, and what an amazing coincidence! Even their names are almost exactly alike! Why, if you were to bring both girls together, whom I assume really are just two complete different people and not secretly the same person under a different alias, and then have them dress alike, I don't know if I can see a difference.
Hey, are you gonna help me pick out a gift for Yancy, or are you just gonna stand there gushing about her resemblance to some random girl on a poster? Said a disinterested Nate, not even paying the poster a second glance. I don't know about you, but I'd kinda like to wrap this up and be out of here before closing time. You're hopeless, sighed Hugh with an exasperated eye roll before joining Nate's side at the window display. Alright, what about that Swanna pendant over there? It looks like it's on sale. I don't know. It seems more like the kind of gift you get for a lover, so it might be a little awkward coming from me. Oh well, given how obsessed the two of you are over each other, I'd say it's perfect! Now Nate was beginning to get a little annoyed, as he had just been putting up with these kinds of remarks from Hugh for most of the day already.
Oh, come on! What's with you constantly accusing us of being a couple? That joke hasn't been funny any of the previous 1,000 times you made it, so why did you just lay it off already?
The spiky-haired boy smirked mischievously. It seemed he finally succeeded at hitting a nerve, and he was not about to let such an opportunity to tease go to waste.
Dude, she's all you ever talk about these days. Don't even try to deny it. So what if she does happen to come in conversation a lot? Does it make me obsessed with her? Yeah? Well, let's say the way you've been absolutely obsessing over what to get her suggests otherwise. Hey, I just think she deserves the best, okay?
The best what, exactly? The best gift? Or the best boyfriend?
Oh, shut up,
said Nate with a roll of his eyes and throwing a annoyed punch to his friend's shoulder.
I already told you I'm not trying to be her boyfriend.
Well, we both know you want to be, snickered Hugh as he threw a teasing punch of his own right back. The playful squabble continued between the two boys for a while, each one throwing a mock punch or light tackle at the other as they exchanged banter back and forth, which soon resulted in Hugh trapping Nate in a headlock while continuing to tease him about Yancy. Until they were abruptly startled by the sound of a loud shush coming from behind them. Halting immediately, and hearing that may have unintentionally caused a disturbance, the boys turned around to find none other than Yancy staring at them from behind a Christmas tree with eyes wide and face pale from having been spotted eavesdropping, as well as an older man awkwardly backing away in silence, unsure why he had just been shushed or what sort of thing he deemed to be interrupting. Nate himself went pale and frozen at the sight of her, dreading to think of how much she may have overheard their conversation just now. Although he didn't care too much about how badly Hugh would tease him about his relationship with her, having Yancy herself over here was another matter entirely. He knew she was one to get easily flustered, and so for her to be given the wrong idea and believe him to be obsessing over her could potentially result in him becoming a cause of great discomfort for the poor girl. The boy was so enthralled in horror by the thought that he didn't even notice how long he and Yancy had been staring at each other down in awkward silence, that he had been holding his breath the whole time, that an indoor tumbleweed had rolled out had rolled by out of nowhere without anyone batting an eye or questioning it how it got there, nor that Hugh still had been holding his, nor that Hugh still held him in a suffocating headlock at the moment. Hitting the ground with a painful thud upon being released, did manage to snap him out of it, though. Yancy! He greeted sheepishly upon springing back up to his feet, turning nervously. Hey, if it isn't Nate! The girl awkwardly greeted likewise as she stepped out from her hiding place behind a tree, hoping it wasn't too obvious that she had been eavesdropping. Spoiler alert, it was actually very obvious, even if the boys pretended for her sake not to notice. Once the awkward greetings were out of the way and Nate and Yancy had managed to engage in a more comfortable conversation, both parties soon began to discuss their current Christmas shopping progress, which led to Yancy discovering, thanks to Hugh chiming in, that Nate was struggling to come up with a gift for a very special girl at the moment, causing the bushy-haired boy to inwardly panic over where this was going. One word led to another, and soon Hugh had built up a highly exaggerated narrative of Nate's apparent obsession with the girl. Try as he might to deny it, this goof has a crush so obvious you have to be blinder than a Zubat to not see it, claimed the spiky-haired rebel without warrant. Unfortunately, Nate found himself unable to defend himself against these exaggerated claims, or at least not without running the risk of revealing who the girl was that he was accusing him of crushing on, which would only make Yancy the second object of attention under fire of this not-so-funny joke that was being made at his expense. I told you, it's not a crush! He tried to object, desperate to refute the accusations before she might have to go through the embarrassment of learning that she was the implied crush. But he was ultimately ignored. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't care how much his mischievous friend had tried to humiliate him. Embarrassing one another is just one of the things that best buds tended to do. But dragging Yancy into it was another matter entirely. He hoped desperately that Hugh would at least have enough respect not to say or do anything that would put the poor lass in an uncomfortable situation as well. After many an attempt to get him to shut up, the unfazed Hugh only continued to build up the story of Nate's alleged infatuation, until finally crossing the line. I'm sure you've probably heard of her. She's someone pretty easily recognizable. Having blue eyes, pink hair, a name that rhymes with fancy, he said smugly, making his intentions obvious and clearly reveling in Nate's torture. This was it. The ultimate betrayal. He was about to tell Yancy, untruthfully, that Nate was obsessing over her. And even if the latter boy should manage to explain to her afterwards that it was all just a major exaggeration intended to humiliate him, there was no taking back the discomfort she would have been put through as the subject of this joke. And his relationship with her would never be the same again. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, please, don't do it! Nate silently pleaded to his pal, but unfortunately lacked the telepathic powers necessary to make the words in his head heard without vocally speaking them aloud. Not that he would have likely heeded them anyway. As a matter of fact, the spike-haired teen paused for dramatic effect and slowly began walking a few strides ahead with his back to the others. She just so happens to be right here. He turned, and his eyes briefly met Nate's, giving him a tauntedly calm look as the latter stared back at him pleadingly, begging him desperately not to do this. Hugh only smirked. He already knew what he really intended to do, and it wasn't what he had been deliberately leading Nate to think. Turning quickly and landing his finger upon a certain poster hanging nearby, spiky-haired boy proclaimed his friend's apparent crush unambiguously. The one and only Yancy, Unova's most famous pop singer! Wait, what? A deafening silence filled the atmosphere. On one hand, Nate was revealed that Hugh was only trolling him and didn't actually tell Yancy he was crushing on her. But on the other hand, what kind of save was that supposed to be? Yancy also seemed unsure what to make of this revelation Hugh had shared, though Nate couldn't be sure what her exact reaction even was, as he was too embarrassed now to look her in the eye. Oh, she finally said after an awkward pause. A celebrity crush, is it? Well, I wouldn't go so far as to call it a crush, said a deflated Nate, looking away and unable to raise his eyes. Never before had he felt so cornered. He would either have to reveal to Yancy that it was she was actually the special girl he had been seeking a gift for, and thus leading her to think he had some kind of obsessive infatuation with her thanks to the exaggerated narrative Hugh had built up. Or he would have to play along and pretend to be crushing on some random singer whom he had never even heard of until just now, like some crazed simp. It was like trying to decide whether he preferred to hug a cactus or bathe in a septic tank. Yeah, that's right. Hugh smirked as he leaned coolly against the wall. I'd say it's more like an obsession. He said so himself that seeing her smile means the world to him after all. Dude, you can shut up now. For the time being, they decided not to deny the accusations. It was better for Yancy to temporarily think him a simp than risk causing her any deserved discomfort or embarrassment. He would patiently endure the humiliation for now and explain the truth to her later in private, when Hugh wasn't around to intervene. He at last had his chance several days later, when he invited Yancy over to his house to hang out for the day. He was planning on bringing up the subject at some point during the visit and tell her truthfully about all that Hugh had said back then was just a fabrication meant to embarrass him. Like the girl he had been seeking a gift for that day was actually her, and not some celebrity or crush. But the reason he couldn't say so back then was because he didn't want to put her in an uncomfortable situation after the way Hugh had incorrectly made things out to be. But before he could get to any of that, he had also intended to take this opportunity to present her with the gift he eventually did manage to pick out for her that day. And also maybe to playfully troll her a little using the app-controlled security camera that was recently installed above the front door, combined with his professional acting skills to mimic a robotic voice for a little mischievous fun. To his surprise, though, it turned out he wasn't the only one with an early Christmas gift to present. Yancy had brought one for him that day as well. The two teens happily exchanged their gifts, with Nate giving her an electrically heated vest that he believed would help her alleged low tolerance to the cold, which was a problem he only recently came to observe in her, having noticed she seemed to be shaking a bit during their conversation at the shopping mall despite being indoors. But what he received from her in return made his heart sink with guilt. Huh? A ticket? He said upon opening the little box. Yes! To that Christmas concert of Nancy's that you said you couldn't get one for! Yancy proudly announced, still believing him to be smitten with that pop singer Hugh had pointed out. Oh, right. Guess I did mention something like that, didn't I? Nate said with a nervous chuckle as he nervously diverted his gaze from all eye contact. Shoot! How am I supposed to tell her now? He thought to himself with dismay, though he made sure not to let it show. It seemed he would now have to keep up the embarrassing act a while longer yet. It wasn't that he was ungrateful for the gift. On the contrary, he was deeply touched that she would go through the trouble of acquiring such a thing just for him. But that's just it. After all the trouble she must have gone through to get him this concert ticket, which, upon further inspection, he quickly realized was the most expensive kind of VIP pass. Breaking the news to her now that he had actually never even heard of this Nancy before would be a cruel blow against his beloved friend's most heartfelt efforts to please him. Deciding again that it would be better to forego his dignity and let himself be thought of as a hormone-dictated simp for some random singer he'd never met than to ruin the moment for his precious Yancy, Nate accepted the gift with a warm smile, which he did not fake, and thanked her with a tender embrace, genuinely thankful for the kind and thoughtful thing she did for him and to have her in his life. Clarifying the truth to her about that silly crush Hugh had fabricated him having could wait until someday in the distant future when this day was a past memory not worth getting embarrassed over. For now, he would ensure she would relish in the joy of knowing her gift was fully appreciated. And indeed it was. For how could he not appreciate something picked out for him with such love? Besides, it wasn't as though he had anything against the idea of attending this Nancy's concert anyway. There certainly was no rule requiring you to be crushing on the star in order to enjoy their show, because that'd be seriously stupid if there was. And he had never been to a concert before, so he was kind of curious to experience one. Perhaps he would enjoy it. And so, that's how I came to attend your concert, said Nate, bringing his explanation to its conclusion. But as for what you heard about me allegedly having a crush on you, well, that was all just a fabrication from my friend Hugh trying to put me in an embarrassing situation. I've never really been the type to harbor a crush, nor one to fawn over celebrities. And, hold up. Are you crying?
Sorry, it's nothing.
Said the pink-haired pop star seated beside him as she began to hastily wipe the tears from her eyes, but she hadn't even realized she had been shedding prior to being called out. They were not tears of hurt or sorrow, but of pure relief and joy. Having spent so much time allowing herself to grow convinced that she had no hope of ever being loved apart from her celebrity persona, she could hardly contain her happiness at learning that Nate really did value the real Yancy over the superficial Nancy after all, and that he truly was the sensible and genuine kind of person she had already seen him to be, and not another shallow-minded sycophant lusting for attention from famous celebrities and or random girls he finds attractive.
Stop that eyeball linking and stay focused, girl!
Scolded the voice of Vistona over her earpiece, still not comprehending the younger girl's actual feelings or desires.
Just cause this nitwit had hurting you ain't nothing to cry about. He's probably just bluffing anyway, so go on and hit him with all the floydiness you got. Make him fall for you. You hear me? Make him! Oh, I know. Try making some comment about the room getting hot and it starts to button ya.
Click. Without another care, Yancy had silenced the clamoring voice by turning off her earpiece. She was no longer going to allow herself to be influenced by the opinions of some busybody, well-intentioned or not, telling her to compromise her principles on what to do or who to be. This was her own affair to settle, and she would settle it in her own way. A way that involved less flirtation and more communication. Less of conforming herself to appeal to common concupiscence and more of being herself as a genuine person.
I'm just... Well, I'm sorry for the way I acted towards you, Nate.
She said apologetically, cringing at the thought of her earlier behavior and hoping this wouldn't affect the relationship.
I'm sure that must have been pretty awkward, right?
Well, to put it mildly. Yeah, said Nate candidly with a shrug. But hey, don't worry about it. I've been mobbed by invasive fangirls trying to score a date plenty of times by now, so it's nothing new. I mean, they usually don't go nearly so far as to trick me into the room for an apparent date or trap me under the mistletoe without even bothering to ask my name. He paused briefly to give the girl a sideways glance with a teasing smirk before continuing. But then again, I guess the fact that you still called me by it just now without it ever being mentioned would confirm you already knew it from the start, yeah?
Huh?
Oh, right. Nancy laughed sheepishly with a rekindled blush. She hadn't realized that, throughout all that previous act of posing as a flirtatious celebrity who was allegedly only meeting Nate for the first time, she had recklessly jumped straight into hitting on him without ever once asking his name, making her behavior even more embarrassing than she thought. Not that it made a difference anymore, now that Nate had long figured out her identity. She had to wonder, though, what he meant about being mobbed by invasive fangirls and if such a thing actually ever happened to him, but she figured the comment was likely just a sarcastic joke. So, I guess there's no point in trying to hide anything now, she said shyly, hanging her head to avoid looking at the astute boy in the eye. You've already figured out my real identity. Yeah, it's pretty unmistakable by now, nodded Nate with a sagacious smile as he looked over the girl's familiar facial features as one seeing right through her guise. Yancy could feel her cheeks heating up again, while a silly smile of her own began to tug at the corners of her lips. In spite of how embarrassing the whole situation was, Nate's calming presence had a way of making her feel at ease, even in the midst of such humiliation. She hardly felt the need to brace herself anymore for those anticipated words that came next from the boy's mouth. Though they weren't exactly the words she was expecting him to say.
You're Yancy's sister, aren't you?
Apparently, he hadn't quite figured it out yet after all. And that is the entire story so far, unfortunately. Yes, unfortunately, it does end there. But you have to admit, that kind of ends perfectly, doesn't it? Doesn't that just end perfectly?
gosh. Seriously, though. Oh, my goodness. Nate, you are a goober. Right, he isn't like me for real. Well, earlier he was, but not anymore. At least. Yeah, he's not so he's not like so clueless as to be like, nah, there's no way you're Yancy, you're her sister. There's no way you're the most likely scenario. You're pretty obviously the sister of someone that I know doesn't, I'm pretty sure doesn't even have a sister, but has brothers. Like, surely, but shouldn't she have mentioned that if she had a sister? I'm pretty sure she just has, like, younger brothers, right? I think he's worse than Ash, and I didn't think that'd be possible. But hey, it's funny, though. You can actually put Ashley, my friend / crush. Yeah, it's he's grasping at straws for sure. Like, there's no way he's this clueless. But anyway, that is the end of Yancy's Christamp's Carol by SilentN. Man, the story is just a blast to read through the whole way through. Not one moment was dull. It's just, I love it so much. It's just such a cute and goofy story. It's so funny. And this actually isn't even the only fanfic that this author has written. They have, as I mentioned before, they have also written Splatoon fanfiction. Which I may just read on stream at some point as well, because it's more humor, and we love haha funnies. So yeah, I will probably be doing that at some point. But yes, for now though, that is the end of this story. And on to preparing for the next story. I have sent a message to the original author of the story that I have in mind, and I do not think I've gotten a response yet. Let me confirm. I have not. So, I'm willing to bet that I'm not going to get a response, regardless. So, in the spirit of it rather asking for forgiveness than for permission, I'm going to announce the next story that I plan on reading for Mochi Storytime. It is an adventure, like an action-adventure fanfic titled Final Challenge. The author themselves described it as being a shipping fic without the shipping. Which personally I think is just kind of a facetious way of describing it. It's definitely more of an action-adventure tale that has shipping. That plays a somewhat important dynamic with some of the characters. But yes, it is a Pokemon fanfic. It is another advanced shipping fanfic set in a different universe, of course,
to the Maze Crush universe. It takes place a few years after Diamond and Pearl, I believe, where Ash is finally about to become a master, and he's like facing like he's actually competing in a competition that would actually give him the title. But something happens to disrupt the order in the Pokemon world. And boy, is it crazy. Yes, it is very intriguing. It's a from what I remember, it's a very well written story. There's a lot of stuff to it. So it may actually be a while before I even start reading it aloud, because I do, as always, want to have a backup soundtrack to it. But I think it is probably longer than like the Maze Crush saga combined, maybe? Actually, let me confirm this. Let me confirm this. Okay, so final challenge is 156,000 words. Okay, I guess technically then it's shorter than I guess both of them combined, but it's longer than any one of them by itself. So, okay, I guess it possibly won't take that long to do it, but I mean, there is still going to be some setup involved. But yes. I would like the next fic that I will be reading to be Final Challenge by Matkin22. And this is about this came out maybe only slightly after Maze Crush did. So yeah. This is also, quite old, but I remember it being I remember it being well paced. But then again, it's been a while. I'm gonna have to do another read through again to find the perfect soundtrack for it. And I already do have a very good idea for one of the songs. Because there was a time because back when I was originally reading the story, at the climax, I was playing like the Zelda reorchestrated version of Final Hours from Majora's Mask. And I think it would be perfect if I did the same thing again for this soundtrack. So yeah, count on that happening. But also, there's a Xenoblade Chronicles 2 song that I also want to use for the soundtrack as well, that I'm thinking, it would be great if I did that for Mochi Storytime. And oh boy, looks like it's gonna happen. So yeah. So that's gonna be next on the agenda. That's gonna be like probably the next sort of project that I work on. Well, the next Mochi Storytime project that I worked on. It may be a while though, because, and Aiden, I think you will be interested to hear this. Remember how I was floating the epilogue to Maze Crush Final Frontier? Heavily involving Cindy. I have started on a spin-off. Or, well, a sequel story of sorts. Like a sequel spin-off. And uncharacteristically of me, it is not a shipping fic. I mean, it is going to have shipping in it, though. Because, come on, like, You expect me to not have an epilogue to the Mace Crush saga and not bring up the ships that were, like, you know, hinted at before? That Pika Master ADV hinted at? Come on now. But no, it is not going to be primarily a romance fic. It is... It is actually going to be the first mystery story I have ever written. And is Max coming back? Spoiler alert, yes he is. Yes he is. So yeah, this is I am planning on this on being a murder mystery story. And I gotta say, it's one of the hardest things I've ever had to write so far. Because I have to basically plan out everything before I actually start writing. I like it, like, with romance stuff, or I could just be like, you know, kind of like writing about emotions as I go, because really it's the feelings that I can just wax poetic about. But no. The story's chain of events has to actually make sense for it to be effective. So yeah, it's challenging. But I have more or less finished an outliner. I got like a very like late version of the outline written. And I have begun last night did start writing the first chapter, which is actually the first prologue chapter. But yeah. So yes, this next tale will also be fraught with love, danger, just like in the last one, but not too much water this time. But it's gonna be mostly mystery because, oh my gosh, it's something I've never done before, and it's something I want to try out because because you know me, Aiden, I love Zero Escape. You saw me play 999 on stream. I'm a big fan of Kotaro Uchikoshi. And with, you know, the new AI Somnium Files game coming out this summer, I kind of have an itch to, like, try to write some mystery. So, yeah. Who dies? It'd be really hard to say that without spoiling things. But yeah, so... But I can give a preface, at least an idea of, like... about, like, I guess kind of, like, what the story is, so... It takes place about 10 years after the end of the denouement of Final Frontier. Which means, you know, Cindy has grown up. She's 19 years old and a Pokemon trainer in her own right. And yeah. You hope it's not someone you like. Well, I can neither confirm nor deny this because I do not know if you like them or not. Smile. Of course, some of them may be original characters too that end up kicking the bucket. So you know, you know, beware. Now, as for when I'll actually get to start reading this aloud, well, I mean, I have to write it first, you know. So, and unfortunately, I have a feeling that it's going to take me maybe a year to write. Like, because you know the denouement that I wrote for Final Frontier? That was just like 6 chapters, you know, 6 chapters of that, 50,000 words. That took me a year. That alone took me a year. And I can only suspect that this one is going to be longer than 50,000 words. So, like, yeah, it's crazy. I know I'm probably going to end up getting writer's block, and it's just going to push the can down the road. And who knows, maybe I'll even lose motivation to write it. But right now, I'm like really excited about this IP. Really, well, you know, like I'm really excited about this story. I really do want to. I really can't wait to tell y'all the story and like keep you on the edge of your seat. Because, let me tell you, one of the plot twists that I have in mind, Aiden, I don't think you will predict. It's a little out there. So, yeah. But yeah, but until I actually do have that written, the more immediate project is probably going to be Final Challenge. And that was one that I've wanted to read on stream for a while anyway, so you can look forward to that. Do you hear a challenge? Maybe it is a challenge. Who knows? Maybe I am challenging you. But all right. Anyway, I think this is a good place to end here. It has been 4.5 hours. I'd say this was kind of like a perfectly long stream for Mochi Storytime, I think. Nice, perfectly nice and long. Like it was more like this is more or less the length I was going for. Let's see here. Peggle streaming. Okay, I know what we're rating. We're rating Peggle. We're rating Peggle. Challenge accepted. Oh boy, I look forward to you accepting this challenge. And thanks for this gem. Can't wait for the next story and hope you have a good rest of your night. Yeah, Aiden. I'm so glad that you're here listening to the story. I'm glad that you had a great time and that you cackled at the Barney bit that I committed to. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, I'll try to upload the VOD soon so that you can actually catch the beginning and see what I hadn't, or like basically the little goofy bit that I did at the beginning. So maybe you could laugh at that too. But until then, have a great night, everybody. We're gonna raid Peggle. She's a good friend of mine. And I love her. She's currently playing Mario Kart. With, by the looks of it, it might be... Actually, I don't know who she's streaming with right now. But she's playing with someone. So yeah. Red Peggle. I love her. She's great. She's funny. And yeah. And also she's Australian, so her accent is delightful. But yeah, so say hi to Peggle, everyone. Raid out, and I'll see y'all next time. Probably for Baldur's Gate, if Jimbo's computer is fixed. Or Splatoon, because we do have our Looty set on Sunday. So I will probably be streaming that too. So I guess until then, I'll see y'all later. Take care, y'all. And also, thank you again for the raids, by the way. Both Ellie and Kat. You're both lovely people, and I love you both. So good night, everyone. Take care.